It's a vibrant tourist mecca. This particular plaza, ironically, Commissioners, can be reached by both boat and by car. I don't know if you want to hear from the protests first, but I do have some additional information there. I want to point out that
We'll hear from the protesters first, and then we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Bob Romano on behalf of Clayton Wine and Spirits, Bay Spirits, and Fine View Liquors. The numbers that the gentleman just discussed in terms of the population I find interesting because according to the U.S. Census Bureau, the statistics show that the population has actually been declining in the area, and we have 9 months of the year, you've got a population of a little over 1,000 people, under 1,100 people. It goes up to about a little under 5,000 for 3 months of the year, but basically you're dealing for 9 months of the year with a little over 1,000 people. This proposed location, I have no objections to the applicant himself, but I do have major objections to the proposed location, which is dead center of 2 existing stores, which are, I think you have the figures, their sales figures are, have not shown any substantial increases in the last few years. As a matter of fact, I believe Bay Spirits is showing sales of about $130,000 a year, net profit of roughly $25,000 to $30,000. It cannot sustain another liquor store in this area. The people, the public is sufficiently supplied right now by a duty-free shop, which is not in our radar. It's supplied by Clayton and Bay Spirits and Fine View, which is, I mean, you can go 2 to 3 minutes right now and get to an off-premises location from the proposed location. I was here a little over a month ago and was rejected by this, the very same board here for a liquor store in Watertown, not too far away, which, granted, it was a third of a mile away, but in driving distance, it was substantially farther. It was actually 5 to 7 minutes away, I believe.
Mr. Romano, we've got the closest store is 4 miles away with over $1 million in sales. And in fact, the sales have increased from 2011 to 2012. I'm not quite sure
that's actually
what you're referring to.
That actually is incorrect. And I went over this with the authority, if I may.
Yeah.
And I think there was an address issue with that.
So and your point is what? That there's
it's just a store 3 minutes away.
And what does 3 minutes mean? If I'm going 60 miles an hour, that's 3 miles.
1.5 miles.
And that store, the name of that store is what?
That is Fine View. And
I'm sorry, what is that store?
I believe it's on the map there. I believe it's Fine View.
Mr. Chairman, I think the examiner, for whatever reason, we cannot get this address to geocode at all in the system. Sure. Kelly Cafiro did send out a late gross sales letter because he did call, and as far as I can tell, we still have not received anything back.
He had to.
This isn't Fine View. It's
Bay.
It's
Bay Spirit.
John S. Swinholt in Fine View, New York.
Mr. Romano handed me a sheet that says Fine View Liquor.
Okay, that one I
Do we have that?
Yes.
It's Fine View Mini Mart and Liquor.
Right. There's Fine View, Clayton Wine and Spirits.
That's
Fine
the John.
View.
That's the Swinholt.
Right. Clayton
What's
Wine
the
and
distance
Spirits.
that we have?
But it's a different town.
We can't get
This
them
isn't
distance
Alexandria.
because we can't get them geocoded into the system. We have no idea.
I mean,
We have an address, though, can't we just...
It won't come up on either Bing or Google. It won't find the address.
the point is, this area is very sparsely populated, and it's a beautiful tourist summer attraction.
Let me just say, you said I thought the nearest store was 130,000 in sales. Is that what you'd say?
I have a Fine View Liquor, 1.5 miles away.
We have no sales in Bay.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Sorry, he's in here.
Basement.
I'm sorry?
We do have the sales are in here, but they were late. I didn't think.
For Fine View?
Yeah, it's got John on. it.
Oh, I see. Okay, I see.
But we do have the sales are in here, but they were late. I didn't think.
I see. Okay, I see. 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 I see.
Yeah.
That's 450 square feet. All right, go ahead.
Well, I just think that this area is already sufficiently supplied. It would serve no public convenience or benefit to add an additional store smack in the middle of two existing stores that really can't survive another location. And pardon me?
How far is it?
Yes, that's right.
Carrie, can you...
That's true. This
It's about 3 miles. Or a mile and a half, he's saying it takes 3 minutes, according to Mr. Wright.
I know
She's
not
saying we
the
can't
address,
find
but
it.
just in general
The name,
in that
yeah.
town.
Absolutely.
Because I had, the closest was 4. I mean, Watertown.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I could be helpful here, we only learned of this protest on Wednesday, so we did some quick work over the weekend. Fine View is 3.1 miles if you use Google or Yahoo, which I did yesterday. Fine View, I know it's hard, it is not on a lamp system, and I understand it's on an island. What they don't tell you, Mr. Chairman, is Fine View can only be accessed by U.S. residents by crossing a bridge and paying a toll. Fine View is basically a grocery store and a gas station, a convenience store, that has a liquor store attached to it. And I have in my hand, and they just got this morning, a sign on the front door which reads, "Yes, we're open, Sunday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. So obviously they're not aware of the hours of operation under state law. It says, if the door is locked, please look for attendant next door. So it's not really a full-time, full-service liquor store as we propose to do in the new shopping plaza.
Yeah, and
I understand this concern about lack of competition or protesting competition. But public convenience advantage does not extend just to local residents, and I agree with the population figures. But we have figures, for example, on the Thousand Island Bridge Authority. We understand that there's in excess of 37,000 crossings just into the southbound lane of the United States in January and February of this year. In this past month of July, 88,000 passenger cars alone came along. As I indicated to you, this is a year-round resort. This application is totally in sync with the governor's efforts to promote tourism in the North Country. He was there last week. He's in the Finger Lakes today. Again, we completely understand the concern of those who fear competition. That's the American way. But we're talking public convenience and advantage, and as commissioners of the entire state, I'm sure you look at the entire state, this community will be served because it will help attract more tourists. This is a touring public, a regional facility, if you will.
You going to speak? I'm sorry.
As a matter of public convenience, my name is Brian Willis, and I represent Bay Spirits. As a matter of public convenience, this store is located off the horseshoe of Route 81. There is no village population or population of any sort. And early of January 2013, the SLA approved a package store in the town of Alexandria in the village. And the numbers for 2013, which we included in our letter, shows no proof of growth or warrant a third package store in the town of Alexandria, especially with a population base of only 1,100 people, which we're probably only servicing about 500 of that are actually wine and liquor drinkers. With that population being so low, it's hard to produce a gross income 9 months out of the year in order to be able to buy at the level set at the state and pay our overheads and mortgages. So having a third package store in the town of Alexandria and issuing a second license in 2013, I don't find where the numbers are warranting a third package store.
all right, is there anyone else present who wants to be heard?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick follow-up. Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that the store reference that was recently licensed is even objecting to this application. And again, we're not servicing just a little village or a little town. We're servicing several towns. We're serving the region. There's thousands and thousands of cars. I didn't include in the figures the passenger buses that come across, the RVs and the others. This is a brand-new, modern shopping center, as I pointed out. It's a tourist mecca. that will serve the local public, the regional public, and the tourists of the state of New York and visitors from other states.
All right, we're going to vote now.
It's close just based on the population, but being that it is a tourist location, I don't know if it's a Mecca, but I know it is a tourist location, and the closest store is over 3 miles away. The next is almost 4, and the one we just licensed is about 5 miles away. So I approve.
I approve also. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
$2110, Jugs and Mugs of Albany.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner Green. I'm Tom O'Connor, representing the applicant, David Cardona. With us is Mr. Cardona's attorney, Brian Hubner from Gleason Dunn, Walsh and O'Shea.
Good morning.
Good morning.
As you know, this application is subject to the 500-foot rule, and we did attend a 500-foot rule hearing back in June. We submitted an extensive public interest statement. We know of no opposition to this application. The applicant, David Cardona, intends to operate a family-friendly bar tavern in an area which is mixed use. The location he has refurbished is currently vacant. He intends to have an extensive menu with beyond bar fare. Although he's not required to hire a chef, he is going to hire a trained chef. The menu will include items beyond hamburgers and sandwiches. It will have shrimp, it will have chicken, it will have other dishes normally not found in a typical bar establishment. Mr. Cardona will also be supervising that location. He will hire a manager with experience. He's currently interviewing managers with experience. He is well aware of the prior history of violations at the prior licensee, particularly when it comes to sales to minor. He will actively instruct his staff, his manager, as to how to best avoid sales to minors. In particular, he will take ATAP training. He will also insist that his manager, when hired, if that manager hasn't taken ATAP training, will take ATAP training. His staff will have regular meetings and training regarding practices, particularly when it comes to sales to minor and sales to intox. He wants to run a responsible establishment that is an asset to the community. And he believes that this can be done by following the law. We are not positive, but it would lead to our best assumption that the prior licensees either did not follow the law, did not respect the law, or did not put in place common sense best practices such as having an ID verification on site, ensuring that the staff knows it's against the ABC law to sell to a minor. So with that, he believes that he can take what was a problem premises and turn it into something that the community can go to, have responsible times at an establishment that they know is safe, secure, and invites the community in.
All right, thank you. I think we're ready to vote.
What was very helpful to see is that your client did meet with Albany Police Department. They have no objection. I know the prior license was canceled, and it seems as if, or actually revoked. But it was a specific underage situation. I'm happy to see that you're going to have a scanner. You'll have a manager. I'd like to see the personal questionnaire when that person is actually chosen to be submitted to the board.
That will be submitted.
Okay, and proof of your ID scanner as well, and I approve.
All right, approved. Thank you.
Good luck.
Very good, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
2133, Roofers Ride.
Hello, Chairman. Dale Rafferty, owner of Roofers Rides.
2133.
All right.
Dale Rafferty, owner of Roofers Rides, DBA Roofers Nightclub.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Seasonal?
Now, you'd had a license at this address previously, then your cousin took it over and had his license revoked. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
See, I owned the bar in 06 and 07. I sold it to him, and he wound up running it into the ground and got a bad reputation on it. Last year, he was almost $20,000 behind on his mortgage and $36,000 behind on the taxes that needed to be paid for it. That is when I repossessed it. And since then, I have refurbished the building and reopened on a temporary license right now, and I'm trying to do everything I can to make it run correctly.
All right, now you're going to continue to operate your roofing business, so who's going to mind the bar here that's had some serious problems?
I am only open on Friday and Saturday evenings, a nightclub. People are coming for dancing. I work my roofing business Monday through Friday. Friday I stop early in the day, and I'm there. I open at 9 o'clock in the evening until 3 a.m. in the morning.
And what involvement, if any, will your cousin have?
None. I don't even talk to him anymore.
All right, so then we agree there's no reason for him to even be on the premises, correct?
Absolutely. He's not even allowed in my bar.
Ready? All right.
I approve.
Approved. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
2135, Sheffy's Bar and Grill.
Good morning, Chairman Rosen, Commissioner Green, General Counsel Flug, Deputy Commissioner O'Brien, and Secretary Held. Adrian Hunt on behalf of the applicant, who is in Albany, Mr. Duquette, and also Mr. Randy Carter, the landlord. This matter is an application for an on-premises bar and grill license, and apparently the previous license had been revoked for numerous sales to minors. Mr. Duquette and Mr. Carter are here to answer your questions and also to try to assure you that they have changed the method of operation, hours, have support from the police department and the mayor in this matter.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ready to vote? Okay, I think we're ready to vote. We approve.
Thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
No, we're all set, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. 2150, Blue Magic Lounge.
Morning.
Good morning.
Excuse me, Leonard Fogelman for the applicant, and this is the principal of the applicant. We were here before a few weeks ago, and you had wanted to see whether the community board has changed their mind when they had some opposition before, and we've submitted a letter dated July 22nd from the community board
where they rescind their January 8th letter, and their last paragraph is our full support is with this new business. He's been operating for a few months with a temporary with no issues whatsoever.
Just continuing, they did have a lot of noise complaints before. The community board stated that they do not have any complaints because nothing is existing, or at least around. Only this bar has been operating, and it obviously appears to be he's been operating well.
You hear what they're saying?
Are you using the patio in the back?
We are, but at a minimal use. We are at a minimal use.
Okay. Conscious of that because the neighbors about that. I approve.
I approve. Good luck.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
2166, and there's also another item for the same premise, 2097. This is for Choo Choo Deli Grocery. In 2097.
They're both there.
Just for one.
We have an offer of a cancellation and bond claim.
I'm sorry? Is your... Yeah.
New applications.
Yeah, we're going to make a counter offer of revocation and bond. Your client prepared to accept that?
Sure he is.
Yeah, okay. All right, so that'll be it then. Revoke and bond, and that'll cover both matters. Thank you.
You accepted, Mr. Fogelman?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. 2120 through 2122, Tequila Bar.
Good morning, Chairman Rosen, Commissioner Green, Ms. Flug, Mr. O'Brien. Jeff Davis for Tequila Bar. Previously, we had, I believe, 5 conditions that we had to fulfill in order to undertake a settlement. We've substantially complied. We just have to do an alteration at the 30-day notice just went through after 30 days, so it's 5 days after, so I will be doing that alteration. But the understanding was that initially it was going to be a $7,000 penalty with no license or bond forfeiture, and then the board counteroffered with $10,000.
Yeah, and you were going to speak to your client.
Yes, I have, and he has indicated that $10,000 is fine.
All right.
Okay. So, 10,000.
Okay, so we'll do that then, 10,000.
All right, thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
2055, Reliance Wine and Liquor.
Good morning. Francis Buscemi, 305 Broadway, New York, New York.
It's an offer of $1,000.
Accept.
Accept.
2051, Renegades Associates.
I don't know. I'm just sitting in on for Mr. Mayor. I don't know.
They're out of business and they had a closing night party that was just reported closed.
I have no idea. You want to put it over in Mr. Mailer's case? He can answer your questions. I'm just standing up to hear the, on the offer.
And if they're auctioning off all their equipment, I don't believe they're operating.
What's the offer?
$1,500.
But I don't believe that they're operating now.
Take the 1,500.
Yeah, because they're going to be
Where's
closed.
the license?
You think they're literally closed as of now?
There was a large article in the Post about their closing night party.
All right, so let's put this over for 2 weeks. If they're closed, we need the license before we can...
I'll mention that to him.
Okay. Is that the 27th?
August 27th. 2099, AAH Corner Store.
Sue from compromise, $5,000 civil penalty.
Accept.
Accept.
All right, now you have more?
5 towns in Liz, L.I.Z. Spirits.
5 towns?
5 towns,
Yeah,
Warren
right.
Lucas.
Yeah, that's in between. 2076 and 2162A, Liz Spirits.
Oh, is that this one?
Yeah,
So
it's
making
in
an
there.
offer
It's
of
not on
compromise. I get it. It's an offer of $12,000.
This licensee has had a lot of trouble. She cannot handle this place any longer. Her husband used to work with her at the counter, and when he was working at the counter, there was no problem. He developed gastric cancer, which he's been treated for some time. The wife has been at the counter, and unfortunately, she can't handle it. I advised her she has to get out. I told her she's not even permitted to stand at the counter anymore at the store. Someone that was working part-time for her became more of a full-time manager. Mr. Norton, I had him take the TAPS course. He's had no problem, but every sale to minor, I believe, that's taken place here has been with the licensee with her. I directed her to I told her she had to get out and sell the business because eventually she's just going to lose it. I had put in one offer, and since then another sale to minor, a sale to minor had come in. I upped my offer. There's a license application that was pending, which was $589 because of this pending disciplinary. I just want to get this over with. I just want to get this woman out of there.
All right.
And I'm asking that you accept the civil penalty so you can just finish up on the sale.
We'll take the $12,000.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'll reactivate the application.
Thank you, and I'll get you the payment very quickly.
Upon payment, yes.
So that there were no issues reacted. I'll send you my letter today, and I'll get a payment in an official bank check right away.
2158, 5 towns, Wines and Liquors.
This is at the hearing. You have my...
I'm not pulled yet, Chairman.
Okay. You have my controversion. The issue for me here is indicated in the controversion was the ALJ incorrectly states in its findings that the minor executed a contemporaneous document denominated an affidavit corroborating the sale. That's not the case. There was no identification of the minor that was put into evidence. Exhibit 4, which is this purported affidavit, is unsigned. There's not even a signature line on this. It doesn't give any name or in any way indicate who this minor is by way of some kind of serial number or ID number. There's just nothing.
All right. Nothing other than I believe it was a sale to minor. What, Commissioner Green?
Yeah.
I know, and I'm going on, again, you know what I'm going on. I'm going on the law of the case at this point, which would be Cafe Concerto.
Yeah, but except Cafe Concerto didn't involve an underage working for law enforcement. It involves a cop coming across kids that he's never seen before in his life.
Cafe Concerto addresses that issue.
I think that's a big difference for us.
I think that's specifically addressed by the court.
It talks about having written having the proof of identification. Here, we've got a relationship between the police and these kids over a period of time. You didn't have that in Concerto. I disagree with it.
Cafe Concerto, the court discusses that issue.
It discusses it, but it didn't address that issue. Well, and I just think when you're doing underage details, it's a different situation. You want to challenge it, go ahead. I think it's counterintuitive and ridiculous if the courts do take the position that underage details have the same authentication requirements with respect to these kids who are in a relationship with the law enforcement agency they're working for, as in a case where you come across 2 or 3 kids in a bar.
I agree. Because of the relationship that you identify with the underage. And they've used them constantly.
Sure. So. This is if you look at the record on this licensee as well, I should take a look at that as well.
Yeah, the licensee does have, as far as we can tell, an exemplary record.
Yeah. Considered that with the penalty.
For good many years.
2,500.
I'd even do 2. How about 2,000? 2,000.
Have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you.
2162, Savoy Latino Lounge.
No? The last one.
I don't know. Is Mr. McCowan here?
2162.
Withdrawn?
Yeah. Yeah, 2162. Someone signed in for it. I believe the application was withdrawn. Okay, so I'm not going to be able to send home.
All right.
Okay, we'll just get rid of it.
Okay.
It was withdrawn.
Okay, so it has been called, and we have a written submission from Thomas McCowan indicating that the application is being withdrawn. So it's withdrawn.
Got it. All right, let's care of another one. 2119, 963 Prospect Court.
Yes, Edmundo Ramon Perez, 505 59th Street, Brooklyn, New York, for Nelda Sports Bar and Grill. Good morning, Commissioner. Commissioner, the last time I was here, I think you instructed me that I was to bring Mr. Pagan Jr. here, who is the principal of the corporation 963 Prospect Corp. You also indicated to me that you wanted to see some progress on the kitchen, if I were not wrong. Here, permits that they filed with the city, and also materials that they have brought to, once the Department of Building approves the construction, they can start working on it.
All right, we'll take a look at that. Something. Put this in our file.
My client has indicated to me that once they get the permit approved, it would take about at least 7 to 10 days to have the kitchen in working order in the restaurant.
It's his couple.
All right, we'll vote.
I originally had 6,000, but being that you've actually purchased the parts of the kitchen and you have the permit, I'll bring it down to about 3,500.
Okay, I agree. 3,500.
3,500. Did we get a letter or?
Yes, I'll be sending you a letter with dates and.
Thank you.
Thank you.
2118, Grand Morala Liquors. It's a request for reconsideration.
All right, is the applicant here? All right, we'll hear.
Good morning, distinguished members of the board. My name is Andy H. Choi, appearing on behalf of Grand Morale Liquors, and Ms. Gloria Minling Chen, she's the owner as well as the principal management. Thank you for the opportunity to reconsider it.
Your client said she didn't appear at the hearing because she had a babysitting issue?
Yes.
She has a child?
Yes.
How old is the child?
6 and 8.
I'm sorry?
6 and 8.
But going forward, she will have a babysitting, I guess, if the license approves, she will have that arrangement set up. So that shouldn't be an issue.
All right, we do have opposition. Let's hear from the opposition, then we'll give you a chance to...
Certainly.
Okay, so let's hear from you.
Good morning, Robert Swetnick for the opposition. Chairman, this was denied in January. There was not a request for reconsideration until April, so number one, we think that that is beyond the period. More importantly, since the denial, and at the time of the denial, you said that you believe that the area is more than adequately served. Since that denial, nothing has changed except a license for a retail store, which was in safekeeping at that point, has come out and that store has reopened. So if anything, there's one additional store.
What's the distance of that store to this premise?
I don't, on the proximity report, that one wasn't pulled, so.
You know which one he's referring to?
No.
Which store are you referring to?
Hendricks?
Hendricks?
Hendricks. The closest store you have is 700 feet. As you may recall from the last time we were here in January, this is a section of Bay Ridge which is somewhat separated because of the highway system and the Bell Parkway. It's a very small area. There's a map which you should have from last time which shows that in this limited area, which is cut off from the rest, there are already 6 liquor stores opening. You received a letter last time, and you received a reconfirmation of it from the City Councilman Vincent Gentile, who says that normally he would never oppose a new business in his district, especially in this economic climate. However, this is an extraordinary circumstance, and he writes that the neighborhood is more than well served by the existing stores. You received a letter from the state senator, Martin Golden, who talked about the overall saturation of liquor stores in this small area. You received letters from the American Association of Bay Ridge and from a local imam who's opposed to additional liquor stores in the area. One of the liquor stores put out a petition, and...
One moment, please. It was, I can give you the address. I didn't do this Google yet. It's located on 7624 3rd Avenue. And I'll do the Google, the distance.
All right, go ahead. One of the stores put out a petition last time, and in 3 days he had over 60 signatures of people. Also in your file from last time, there was a map, a photograph taken in front of McGovern's liquor store where you can see there's an individual holding the sign where this other liquor store would be. So it's very visible. Basically, nothing has changed at all since the time that you denied this application, other than that now one of the licenses which was in safekeeping is out, and that store is open and operating. So we know of no basis why you should...
0.4 miles.
We know of no basis why the area is not still more than well served by liquor stores and why this application for reconsideration should be granted, or if granted, approved.
All right, thank you. We'll hear from you now.
Thank you, Mr. President. Firstly, to rebut the argument made that we submitted a request for reconsideration back in April, is that we never received a formal letter advising us why it was disapproved. Okay, it was only through numerous telephone calls to, I believe, the State Liquor Authority that we'll find given letter dated July 25th, 2013, and sometime I believe in either February or March, on one of my phone calls to the State Local Authority.
All right, that's not an issue.
Yeah, it was.
Don't worry.
It was yeah, it was only to repeat it.
That's not an issue. Just address their arguments that there's plenty of liquor being available to the community, and that or another store would not serve the public.
Okay. Firstly, this area, it's like areas in Brooklyn, it's heavily, densely populated. Okay, and my client, Ms. Chen, she's fluent in both English, Chinese, both the Cantonese and the Mandarin dialect, as well as in Spanish. She grew up in Venezuela, and her target market, if she's granted approval of a liquor store, is to basically target and serve the ever-growing Asian boom in the neighborhood, as well as the Latino community, okay, which is also growing. I have here at least 5 articles, one from VH1, Daily News, and other sources that document that there's actually a boom in the population of over 71% of Asians, and that's only for the documented individuals. Okay, so I believe Brooklyn, the Bay Ridge, Sunset Park area is not like a city in Detroit where there's actually an exodus of the population. The neighborhood's growing on a daily basis. And if that's the case, there should be a big enough market where an additional liquor store can serve its needs. It comes down to whether my client is able to effectively market its product, okay, promote it, and attract customers that can come in. And I think that could strongly serve the community, okay, and it definitely will provide convenience. At the end of the day, if there's an additional liquor store 1 block closer to a customer, it's a convenience for him. He doesn't have to walk that additional block.
All right, thank you.
You're right.
Yes.
I think we're all set.
Can I just close?
Oh, I thought you...
In closing, this is America. My client would just like the opportunity that all these other licensees were granted one when they first wanted to open a liquor store. My client just, she immigrated to this country. She worked hard. She had, I believe in the disapproval last time, you noted that my client did not have the experience. Yes, she did not work in a liquor store or serve liquor while she worked here, but her father owned a supermarket or a supermercado in Venezuela, and in that supermarket they had they sold liquor, and she worked there for many years. Okay, and she knows the liquor products. And also, I'd like to point out that her father, who already provided a personal questionnaire, okay, he is a 50% owner of another liquor store, package store, I believe on 8th Avenue, 4201. 4012 Fifth Avenue, called Grand Exito Liquors Corp. And her father's partner is willing and has been schooling her, and she's been shadowing him at his liquor store just to learn the ins and outs of merchandising. And she herself is, very fluent in merchandising, and she plans to market generally to like the Asian population. And these are some of the liquors or some of the products that are tailored to the Asian community. And this is what, some of the products that hopefully she will have that the other liquor stores will not have, or they have a limited supply of. And she plans to market to the Asian community as well as the Latino community because she speaks both languages fluently.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Note for the record that two of the local competitors are Asian. One of them is here already. We have photographs showing that stores already offer Asian products. So we don't think there's anything for the public good. We don't think there's any need. There are people catering to the Asian community already in the area, and the problem is just a saturation, as you previously stated.
All right, we'll vote now.
I haven't received anything that would cause me to change my vote. The location has, at least in the last hearing of this matter, was 7 stores. Now, another store has received their license, and it's within the first or the closest 5 stores. The size of your client's store dwarfs the ones that exist now, and their sales are not overwhelming increase. Some are declining. My denial had nothing to do with your client per se. I think the location in which you chose to apply is a problem. So I'm not going to disturb my denial of the application.
Well, will you consider the fact that the population's grown? It's very dense.
You said that 10 minutes ago, so you have to assume we considered it. Commissioner Green considered it.
But it's not going to allow me to change my vote.
I agree with Commissioner Green. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, 2087, a request for declaratory ruling on package stores and online coupon offerings.
Robert Swetnick made the request, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman. Basically, I was approached by several liquor stores wanting to know if they could use these coupons. I told them that I thought it would be an issue without a declaratory ruling. We have written to the Commission basically seeking some guidance as to whether there could be any such coupons, and if so, the basically constraints that the Commission would want to put on it. The concern is that if they do not start doing them now, they will lose business to stores that are doing it in New Jersey and elsewhere.
Yeah, why do you make the New Jersey argument? It's illegal for New Jersey stores to sell to New York consumers, and we've actually written letters where we've sent cease and desists to New Jersey stores. So, I mean that's like saying that a New York store is going to lose business to New Jersey stores because the taxes are.
Well, I think that
I don't understand that argument. If you're aware of New Jersey stores selling to New York consumers online, notify Council Flug, and they will be sent a cease and desist order from us. you may be aware that just recently we shut down a New York liquor store that was shipping to other states. And we're perfectly happy to work with authorities in New Jersey to eliminate that part of the problem, if that's a significant impetus to the application that you're making.
It's an impetus because they're afraid that as things develop, that other states will be able to sell and are selling, and the fact that you send a cease and desist letter may offer some protection, but is not precluding them from continuing these operations.
We should come up with an authority policy, one of the presumptions of which, one of the bases of which is that people in other states are going to break the law consistently.
No, if you read the letter, it says that...
You read the letter. Why would you think that is?
One of the main motivations is that it's going to drive people, hopefully, to these sites, so that there would be inducement for better sales at these stores.
Can you rephrase that? I'm not sure I understood what you just said.
Yeah, we believe that if again, you're going to be directed to the website of the store, and that there's going to be...
That's a different argument. We were talking about the New Jersey and the other out-of-state license, so you moved on from that.
I've moved on from that. Okay. You believe that...
All right, just so the record's clear, I have read your letter.
Okay.
As I read all materials that are presented to the board.
But if the board doesn't want to do it, they can say no. I mean, what they've asked for is guidance.
Yeah, the problem for me is we've had specific applications, as you know, from Groupon and Living Social with respect to selling alcohol when it's part of a coupon for food and alcohol. And in those cases, we had a specific company setting forth specific parameters that they follow. It's very difficult, I think, at least for me, to address a request such as you submitted where we're asked to opine generally on a subject without specifics. It might make a very big difference to me if the online seller of the coupons is operating out of his garage somewhere in Bay Ridge, as opposed to a large, well-known company that has a substantial history that comes to us with a very detailed method of operation that they set forth in a request, for example, for a declaratory ruling. To opine on the many, many different scenarios that were set forth in your letter, I just find very difficult without a concrete proposal before me. Because if there's one thing I've learned sitting in this chair for the last few years, it's that everything is fact-oriented, everything is fact-specific, and the last thing I want to do is come out with some general statement that can be taken and run with in ways that we never anticipate when we make the statement. So that just the form of the application is very difficult for them. I don't know how Commissioner Green feels about it.
I just, I find it problematic to involve a third party where the consumer can go directly to the retailer. And they already have an avenue of posting on their website. Involving this third party, I don't realize, or at least you didn't convince me that this was going to be a benefit for the consumer to have this third party coupon.
Well, it would be a benefit because, I believe it would be a benefit because there are so many people. If I put something up on a website offering a discount, it's not going to get the same response as if Groupon or Living Social or one of those other media groups does it.
I wasn't clear on what that discount would be and what's the purchase of the coupon and what would it apply to.
And we don't have, the point is we don't have Groupon or Living Social before us making this request. Companies that we know that again, with respect to past requests, submitted a fairly detailed, granular proposal. We don't know who this is on behalf of, other than you say 3 liquor stores.
The concern is, from Groupon and others, is that if they say they will retain 50% of the coupon price and you say no, then they don't know, well, would 40% be acceptable, would 30%? So what we're trying to do by preparing the letter this way is find out the parameters, if any, of what the authority would prove. Because there's no point in coming here and you're going to find one point that you find objectionable and you say no. And then we come back a week later with a different one.
I mean, you've mentioned Groupon and Living Social. I don't see them in the room.
No.
I don't see them represented in the room. So why are you even referring to them?
because that's who may be running these coupons.
You say who may be. What is that?
We don't know what.
Have Groupon and Living Social approached your three retailers?
Groupon has.
Groupon has.
Groupon has.
So, and why aren't they here then, as opposed to you on behalf of Groupon?
I have spoken with them.
Because I don't have the Groupon proposal. Do you have a proposal from Groupon that they delivered to your client?
They did.
Do you have that?
With me, no, because the issue is we don't want to come to you when Groupon says they want 50% of the coupon price. You find that objectionable and say no. We'd rather find out if there is something which will be acceptable, and we can then see can it be structured this way or not.
So are you saying that's the Groupon proposal, that they want 50% of the...
That was Groupon's proposal.
Mr. Dano, I saw you were standing. Do you want to appear on this?
Kevin Dano, Empire Merchants, I guess. Empire Merchants. Frankly, I don't think that you have the authority to grant this. Section 3, which has the definitions of selling beverage alcohol in New York State, defines beverage alcohol to include any contract or agreement or document which substitutes for beverage alcohol. Unlike the Groupon coupon that you have already approved for on-premise, as part of that approval process, you stated that it couldn't be used exclusively for alcohol, and that made a very big difference, because what happens is somebody comes into the restaurant to buy food and beverage. The coupon is not a beverage coupon. When you go to a package store, these can only be used to buy beverage alcohol. The statute states that any document which is substitutes for beverage alcohol. So I come in with a Groupon coupon to the store, and I'm going to give the coupon, and the store gives me alcohol. There's nothing else. It's not like a discount coupon. It is a substitution coupon. When you do that, they are purveyors of alcohol under New York State statute.
But based on your logic, you really think we acted legally with respect to approving a coupon for food and alcohol? It still does allow we didn't set, for example, any parameters. You could go in, maybe 10% of the coupon goes toward food and 90% toward alcohol. Do you really think that, using your logic, we acted properly in that case?
If you're asking me if I was sitting where you're sitting, if I would have approved the Groupon coupon, probably not.
On the same logic that you're arguing today.
Probably not, but it isn't exactly the same thing. Because in the one case, it is not actually possible to say that the coupon is a substitute for the sale of alcohol. Because one can use it only for food, one can use it, it's not a contract to buy alcohol. And that is the definition that is different. Here, it would be a contract to buy alcohol. There's nothing else you could do with this coupon in a package store except buy alcohol. That makes it a contract to buy alcohol. That brings it directly under the statute. That makes it impossible. The Groupon one, it's not the same. It isn't. And it was...
The bearer, in some instances, depending upon the terms of the coupon, it entitles the bearer to a beverage, an alcoholic beverage at the restaurant.
But it is not, and that's a problem. I don't mean to, it is a problem. But it is not the same thing as being a document that is exchangeable for alcohol. It's close, but it's not exactly the same thing. We deal with warehouse receipts. That's where all this came from. What happened was people were selling whiskey futures, and they were selling other things to get around prohibition. They say, I'm not selling alcohol, I'm selling a contract. I'm selling the contract. And the legislature, in its wisdom, said all these things that are a piece of paper that can be exchanged for alcohol, are alcohol, and those people should be licensed. When you're dealing with Groupon, it was a near thing. When you're dealing with Groupon in off-premise, on-premise licensees. But you said it can't be exchanged just for alcohol. It has to be part of an overall thing. Yeah, you put other criteria in it, and that at least is arguably takes it out of the statute. Here, there's no argument that takes it out of the statute. You're under the statute, and I don't think you have the authority to do it here.
And as you indicated in passing, there were other criteria that we did set with respect to those applications. Mr. Swinnick, I don't know if you're aware of it or not. If you're not, I'll make it available to you. We do have an email from the president of the Retailers Alliance, Jeff Sanders, in which he opposes your application. So we have the only input we have from any liquor store industry association is in opposition to this. Are you aware of that?
No, I wasn't given a copy of it. But again, Chairman, what we're trying to find out is if the authority would consent to the use of coupons, and if so, what parameters. I'm not here advocating for Groupon. I wasn't hired by Groupon. All right? I have retail liquor stores who think this is a good way to promote sales, who are interested in doing it, but don't want to violate your regulations, so therefore they're inquiring. It is not an adversarial thing. We don't know where the industry stands. We have certain retailers who would be interested in doing it, and if the commission, the authority wants to say that it will not permit any coupons use, it can say it. If it wants to create certain criteria as to the amount or discounts or how, it could do that. Again, I'm not here for the coupon industry. It's possible that my stores, if it gets passed, won't even be able to partake in this because, larger stores are going to swoop in and cut deals with Groupon or somebody else, and they're not going to want too many liquor coupons. So we're going to be squeezed out anyway. So, again, we're just trying to be educated as to where the commission stands, that we don't end up violating your regulations.
As you probably know, we have a meeting scheduled for next Monday. The Commissioner Green and I will be presiding over to discuss Internet sales in general. If you wish to raise this subject at that meeting, I think it would not be an inappropriate forum in which to discuss it. The reason why I prefer a detailed request for a declaratory ruling is that I think the devil is always in the details, and again, I'm leery about making any general pronouncements because, for example, one cut of the coupon may be appropriate for one operation, whereas a smaller or larger cut of a coupon may be appropriate for another, depending on the services, for example, the level of services that are being provided. So that while I'm not prepared to state that as long as I'm here, I'm going to be voting against any Internet sale of coupons, I'm not prepared to open the doors to something that I don't know what it is I'm letting in. So that if we have a specific detailed application before us, I will act on it, but I'm not prepared to issue general parameters with respect to what would be an appropriate percentage unless I have a specific entity before me that's making the application that it wants to offer to New York licensed retailers. And again, perhaps it'll be helpful to discuss this at next Monday's meeting. For me to sit here and just opine on general principles is very dangerous. I need to have that detailed discussion that's generated by a detailed request in order to understand what all the appropriate considerations are.
Okay, but the concern is, and again, maybe it should be done in a more informal meeting, the concern is that if we give you a detailed request and say that the coupon company wants to keep 50% of the sales price of that coupon, and you think that's excessive and you say no, they will never know then if 35 or 40%.
But the advantage of that is that then we have a discussion, a focused discussion, and somebody makes the case, presumably, from the podium as to why 50% is appropriate. And if we say it's not appropriate, they can tell us why it is appropriate. And I have to have that back and forth in order to make, at least I believe that as a regulator, I need to have that back and forth with the industry in order to understand what all the considerations are, as opposed to just sitting here and saying, 10% of the coupon is fine, 11% isn't. It's out of whole cloth. I have nothing to base it on. So I need a request that will generate the kind of granular discussion that will enable the board to make an intelligent decision. At least that's my view.
And I think since you've already been contacted by Groupon, that would be a good place to start, because you obviously have an idea of what would work for your particular clients. And I think a criteria that I'm able to actually read and go through to see what your intentions are. Because we can start throwing out different percentages, but it's not going to mean anything because we don't have a specific criteria of what percentage goes where and what is it used for. So I think you're just asking us to generalize.
We have no intentions. What we want to know is what can be done. I know that Groupon has been in touch with your counsel's office, and they have had difficulties because, again, they don't feel that they have the proper guidance as to where they can be going with this. If at this point...
So why aren't they here?
Well, because...
Why are you saying that Groupon doesn't feel it has proper guidance?
Because I spoke with them.
Because they've come before us before. I find that unusual.
So part of it, did you attend the meeting in January when we had an application with respect to online sales by a third-party provider?
Yes.
All right. If you did, then you'd see, I think, an example of what I'm talking about. We had a request for a declaratory ruling to look at a third-party provider's operation on the Internet. And it set forth some what seemed like very appropriate parameters with respect to its description of what its operation was. In my view, when they were actually here and we had input from them and input from other members of the industry, I found that it wasn't what it seemed, and it would work very, very different in practice than the description in the request. And we denied it. But the only way that I felt I could make an intelligent decision was to have that kind of a meeting on a specific proposal and input from the industry, and have the applicant there who's going to be providing the service asking our detailed questions about exactly how they were going to do it. And that's the only way I can deal with these kinds of novel issues. So for now, I guess what it all adds up to is this application is denied.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Correct. 2126, South End Wine and Liquors.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good afternoon. My name is Enrique Vieira. I'm the principal for South End.
All right, we had one package store owner submit something in opposition. Is anybody here in opposition? If there is, come up now. All right, there isn't. Okay. One of my concerns is that I'd like you to address is.
That's residency.
Yeah.
You're the applicant?
Yes.
You reside in Norwich, but you work in the Bronx?
Yes. Presently, yes.
Okay, so how would you manage that location?
Well, if I'm granted the license, my intention is actually to move to Norwich permanently.
So you're giving up your position here in the Bronx?
Yes. Well, I have a residence in Norwich, and I commute back and forth. I stay there Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then come down here from Monday to Thursday.
So you have a residence here within the New York City area?
Yes.
You're representing that you will resign your position in the Bronx if this is approved?
Correct. Given enough time to establish the business, yes.
What does that mean specifically?
Well, I I guess, what are you looking for, a time frame?
Basically, what I think we're worried about is an absentee owner, somebody who's just going to put anybody in this liquor store and have them run it.
That's not my intention.
I mean, you're spending 6 hours commuting back and forth when you do go back and forth, and it would seem like you wouldn't have much time for the store. That's the concern.
Okay. Once I'm open for business, then I intend to be there permanently. It's going to take me several months to get established, though, and that's why I said this.
All right, so if we, let's say hypothetically, we approve this application today, could we approve it on the condition that within 6 months you'll submit proof to the agency that you've resigned your position in the Bronx?
Yes. I'm sorry, 6 months?
Yeah, I would think that would be enough time for you. That would be a condition of, is that reasonable to you, Commissioner Green?
That sounds reasonable.
So
You're the
that-
landlord of the building, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you would know how long it's going to take you to get everything up and running.
I'm new to the whole industry, but I would ask for a little longer than 6 months.
Well, I'll tell you what, how about if we do this, we give you 6 months to provide us with a copy, for example, of a resignation letter. If you're not prepared within the 6 months to do that, then you call Secretary's office and you request to come before the board to explain it to us.
Because if I'm understanding, you plan on opening prior to the 6 months, but you don't plan on quitting your job prior to the 6 months.
Correct. That's how I understand it.
All right, so who's going to be in charge during that? Do we want a manager appointed?
Well, what is your plan for the, let's say you...
I could easily hire a manager in the interim, sure.
Yeah, that's the question. Let's say we approve the license today. Let's say you open up in 3 weeks. What Deputy Commissioner O'Brien is asking, what's the plan? Do you have somebody in mind?
At present, no.
Yeah.
At present, no. I can definitely get someone in the interim to establish. I don't want to eliminate my income from here.
I understand that.
Before I have something.
I think we'd feel a little more comfortable if we knew that you had somebody in mind to manage the store, maybe who's got some experience with the industry. You know, we worry about serving minors, that kind of thing.
Correct. I do, like I said, I have a residence there, so I know many people living there, and I can definitely interview. I haven't done so yet. This whole process is new to me.
All right, so, I understand that.
So by the time you are ready to pick up the license, then you should have a manager in place and fill out a personal questionnaire and submit it to licensing. Yeah, I would be in agreement.
You're going to be resigning in 6 months, but you're with the Transit Authority. Are you really prepared to say that today? You've spoken to HR regarding all your benefits and all?
No, I haven't done that. That's why I thought the 6 months was a little...
And about your pension that you really have no...
Well, my pension is frozen. My pension, I don't lose my pension. I'm already vested. But once my income there is sufficient, I can transition over, and it's not a problem. I don't want to gamble. I want to have my income there.
How about we approve it on the condition that he first submits?
No, I mean, the income is I mean, like I said, I've had a residence there for over 10 years. So I already know people there. I know the life there. My family's willing to move. It's just the income issue. I want to make sure it's solid prior to me making the jump.
All right, I think what we're going to do is we're going to approve the license just on one condition, and that is that prior to it, in order to have it issued to you, you have to first give us a personal questionnaire for the person that you choose as the manager. So we know you've got a manager in place who can do a decent job there. That will be the only condition we're going to impose.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a time frame to hand this in?
No, we give you 6 months to meet the conditions of approval. So within that 6 month time frame, if you're ready to open, you have to have a manager hired.
Okay. All right, so the license is being approved.
Okay.
But in order for us to give it to you so you can use it, you have to first, whenever you decide, tomorrow or a month from now, you have to give us it's available online, the form for the manager to fill out as to what their experience is. You hand that form in, then you get the license.
Okay.
Okay.
Directly to me.
Okay. And I'll get a letter.
You'll get an approval letter.
Okay.
And we're not going to impose any condition with respect to when you have to make the transition to Norwich.
Thank you.
We'll stay away from that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay. It's approved.
Thank you.
2115, Coco 2.
Oh, okay.
Just so you know.
Oh, no, yeah. No, I know.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioner, Council.
Good morning.
This is after a disapproval hearing on an application that was submitted to downgrade an OP license.
I'm not clear from the write-up. This license was canceled or not? You say a downgrade, but I saw something that said it was
pending Article 78.
But then they went to an Article 78.
Yeah.
Then we modified the penalty to $7,500.
Mm-hmm.
You paid, right?
Yes.
We currently have an OP,
Yeah,
right?
and they still
We
have,
currently have an OP.
with an order saying that they'll only sell beer and wine, which they've been doing.
All right,
And that was back, we were before the board, I think, back in September, and we filed a downgrade back in October. So there was a long period before there was action on the application. I mean, they filed in October. There was an incident in March at the premises, and there was a pending disorderly premise. And actually, I would request that this be put over, because that hearing should be next week for the disorderly premise on the OP license.
Is that going to be next week?
It's scheduled.
That case is with Mike Alvarado?
Yeah, I've just spoken to him, but he thought he could do it next week, but it's not actually scheduled.
So is that she has this other person running the place.
Yeah.
Are you there? Are you at the location?
Yes, most of the time, yes.
When you say most of the time, what? Do you have
Days.
specific days and how many hours?
Most of the week, except Tuesday and Thursdays, because I go to school.
So you're at the location when?
Mondays from 9 to 4. Wednesdays from 9 to 4 again. And Fridays, Saturdays, Sundays from 4 or 5 in the afternoon until probably 3 or 4.
At the hearing, didn't you testify that it was your father who was generally running the business, that you had a stamp with your name, and that you used that stamp for ordering and payroll purposes, and that you were very involved in your studies of forensic psychology?
I don't know if there was testimony regarding a stamp like that. She testified, she signs all the checks, she signs the tax returns, and she testified that he does, the day-to-day operations managing, and we submitted a questionnaire for her father as the manager. She signed the lease, she does the insurance, she testified to signing all the checks for utility bills.
And you live with your parents, correct? You live with your father?
Yes, I do.
You only go to school on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and are you doing any internships?
I finished my internship.
So the father's running
Over the spring.
Yeah.
So in the spring, how often were you there?
I was there every day. I only went to the internship once a day, and that was during the.
I don't know why it's not available. Counsel, I'm wondering why why there's any pending charges, there isn't an availing charge.
Well, and the pending charges was a police referral.
Yeah.
This is, we've had numerous stipulations with Mr. Almlick, and this was sort of a settlement on the Article 78 was this application. However, we did not know at the time that we entered that stipulation that they would do this downgrade, that this was the information that was going to be elicited from that application. We could very well file a new notice of pleading with availing charges, yes.
Yeah.
However,
I don't think it makes out.
If denied, I don't think we need to file a notice of pleading on that.
Well, if they take us to court on this, though, it'd stand up better if we had the availing established. Sorry? Okay, we're going to have an executive session for a moment. All right, anything else, any questions? Do you have anything you want to add before we vote?
I don't think, there's an availing made out here, and as you noted, it was never charged.
Well, but we can take it into account in considering the application. This is new information we've got. The disorderly premises issue is new. The father representing himself as the manager is new, and your client's limited ability to supervise the premises is something that was not necessarily anticipated. But in any event, we'll vote.
I uphold the disapproval.
Yeah, I uphold it too. What concerns me is I really think there's a public welfare issue here. We have her father with a bad licensing history. We have a serious availing question where it looks as if the father's really running the place. And guess what? In addition, we're starting to get the same problems that were there when the father was legally on the license. So I think there's a real public interest concern, and I agree. I'm going to deny the application.
They were there for 4 years, and there were no issues there. From 2009 until this happened, they filed the downgrade in October. Should have been wrapped up by January at the latest. There was a serious delay.
I'm concerned about. We don't think the applicant is truly the person in interest here. If she were, I think we'd come out differently. But we do think she's being put forward essentially as a straw principal, and that the father is really the person who's running the premises as a principal, and that's our problem with this. We don't think that, frankly, the application is forthcoming. Thank you.
And there were deficiencies that also went back and forth. That's why it took so long, because the deficiency letter went out in November. Just so we're clear.
Deficiency letter did not go out.
Yes, it did. November 19th.
And when was it answered?
I don't know. But the community board was not notified of the correct method of operation. That was in the deficiency letter.
Deficiency letter was answered immediately. And I sent many emails, January, February, March, asking.
I'm just telling you what the records.
Yeah, acted on.
All right, thank you.
I have another one.
Which one is that? $2108 Liberty Sports Bar.
All right, this one was, I believe, adjourned for to give you the opportunity to speak with the community board, which is
2108.
2108 Liberty.
This has only been on the calendar.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, this is the first time on the calendar.
That's me going to suggest, as I read that we give you the opportunity to talk with the community board because they're opposing the application.
Yes, and he went to the community board, and they basically wouldn't speak to him.
All right, so they're not interested. It's a 500-foot case.
Yeah. Not looking good.
All right.
I had a question on the 500-foot one. You said that it was but the menu that was submitted was potato chips, chicken wings, and chicken fingers.
There should be a fuller menu now.
Mm-hmm.
There was chicken wings, chicken fingers, potato chips, peanuts, fried fish, french fries. Which are all fine, they're just not busted.
Right, so there was an email, it looks like June 18th, with a fuller menu that lists 21 items.
Well, even with the menu, I'm not inclined to approve it. The community board.
That was sent to Examiner Covington June 18th.
I got 3 pages for a menu.
He has obtained a security plan to deal with some of these issues. The security company, one of the issues raised by the community board was the parking situation, and 1,500 311 calls regarding blocked driveways. So the security company is going to have valet parking put in place. they will use a scanner, and it will be 21 and over only. And in addition, he intends to have all his employees all the bartenders take the alcohol awareness training. He's agreed, and he tried to approach the community board with these plans, and also the idea that he's going to close 5 days a week at midnight, and Friday and Saturday he's going to close at 2 a.m. They didn't want to talk to him about it. So I think he's shown willingness to compromise and try to address these issues. He also has 2 pages of petitions that were signed by his customers. He's been in the community operating a business for 17 years at this address. It's a clothing store. So he's deeply rooted in the community. He lives about a mile away. And he's not trying to add to any, nightlife problems, perceived problems in the neighborhood. He wants to establish a smaller sports bar where people from India can watch cricket. He'll have, the television screens to watch cricket, overseas matches that are during the day that are not late at night. He intends to have a billiards table. He intends to have lunch specials to promote during the day, during those hours, so that he doesn't have to become some kind of lounge or nightclub. He's not going to have dancing. He's not going to have loud music.
The community board had sent us a letter dated July 31st saying that your client had indicated he wanted to speak with them, but they claimed that there was no response to the board when they tried to schedule an appointment. What was that about?
August 7th.
He went and saw them August 7th.
Mr. Patton.
Yeah, I was just wondering what that letter was about, though. Why they claimed that he hadn't been responsive initially. Well, they're complaining about saturation. They say they have problems with establishments in the area, and that a couple of them are, quote, in immediate proximity to this location. I have nothing to the contrary.
Well, except he's not going to be that kind of establishment.
Well, apparently they're not convinced, though. And it does say Liberty Sports Bar. So, if that's the format. I can see where, based on the issues they're raising in their letter, they're concerned about another sports bar in the area. It's not just going to be a family restaurant where you take your kids, and I think they're rightfully concerned. Oh, ready, Ron?
Yep. I deny it.
I deny it. I think, again, it's 500-foot case. The burden's on the applicant, and I don't think we're convinced that for this area it's in the public interest.
Would he be able to amend to a tavern wine?
If you do an amendment, I want it to be on notification to the community board, and because they should be aware of the fact that it's been changed, and they should still have an opportunity to weigh in. I wouldn't do it just sua sponte here.
Okay.
Give me 1 second here. This is the second one, because it was Coco Tavern in this one, where the community board is being advised that it's a restaurant, and we're being advised that it's a bar tavern. So I think you need to be a little clearer with the community board notification as to what you are actually doing.
All right.
Okay, I didn't send that out, so. All right, thank you.
Just checking. 2123, Tacombe, NYC.
Richard Naska on behalf of Tacombe NYC LLC. We're here for a license upgrade from a restaurant wine to an on-premise. I have with me the principal and owner, John Wallows, and we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Is there anybody here from the association? You have stipulations you signed with the community?
Yes, we do. Originally for the restaurant wine, we signed additional stipulations for the OP upgrade.
So those will carry over to this.
They'll carry over, and they added an additional, that all the doors would have to be shut by 9 p.m.
Okay.
Yes. It used to be a garage, I believe.
They're actually folding metal doors.
At one time, it may have been overhead doors, though, I think, when it was a service station.
No, it's always been folding metal doors.
Is there anyone present in opposition? If there is, we'll hear you now. Please step up. You ready to vote?
Yes.
All right.
I approve with those stipulations.
Thank you.
We might need an updated certificate of occupancy as a condition. Let me just check that.
If that's the case, we can get that.
Yeah, it'll just be a condition.
Yep.
All right, I approve it also, but I want to emphasize, please be mindful of some of the considerations that have been raised by your neighbors with respect to noise and crowds.
After the 500-foot hearing, we did, in fact, we discussed it. We're definitely taking it into account, and we'll be mindful of it. John is he's in the community. He lives in the community, been there for 3 years, licensed for 2. He wants to work with the neighbors, obviously.
Yeah. Actually, I remember going down there before, when we issued the license, going down there the night before. It was an interesting operation. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Did you clarify that?
No, but I'll make sure it's on the letter if
So we have a full certificate of occupancy.
Because I know there was one that said that alteration had to be approved.
When we applied for the beer and wine license 2.5 years ago.
Okay.
This
We
the first
had
one or second
a
one?
temporary certificate of occupancy. It's been more than a year now that we've had a full certificate of occupancy with no alterations or no changes.
Okay, and we have that?
It's not scanned in.
I don't think we have. Can you send me a copy?
We can definitely, yes, we can scan in a
Okay.
scanned copy.
All right, it's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
2116, Myrtle Liquor Store and Wine.
Hi, good morning. My name is Shirley. I represent Myrtle Liquor Store. He's the owner, Mr. Delaware. We're here to reconsider the liquor store license because it would benefit the community by car and by walking distance. And he lives within the community. And we have signatures by the neighbor communities, 140 signatures with no objections.
All right. When this was on before us and the application was denied, we did have protests that were submitted, and there was some testimony here. Are the people present in opposition? If there is, we'll hear you now.
No one here.
Sorry?
They're present.
All right. Well, step up. We'll hear you.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Harry Patel. My name is Bijal Shah. We are the principals of 79 Proof Wine and Liquor, which is on 79th Street and Myrtle Avenue. And we strongly object to an opening of another store. Within a mile's radius on the same street, there's already 3 stores, 3 liquor stores including ours. This would be another 4th one. Other reasons would be, I don't think the population in the neighborhood is that much. Another store.
Did you send your, we asked you for your sales, and do we have them? I
That
just,
was
you know,
another store that objected the last time.
I see we have no response.
That was another store that objected. That wasn't us. We are another store.
But you're 79 Proof Wines and Liquors, correct?
Yeah.
And you're about half a mile away from this
Right,
location.
0.6 miles.
And did you receive a response from us asking for your sales figures for this case, this application?
No, we did not receive it. And I'm there 11 to 7 every day.
Mhm.
And we did not receive
All right.
anything.
But the population is 98,000.
All right, so do you want to say anything else?
I just want to say, as I said, that would really strongly hurt our business, as there's already 3 stores in the same, within a mile. And this would be another 4th store that's right in between us and the other stores.
Mm-hmm. All right.
That would really hurt our business.
All right. Anyone else want to say anything?
Then we have person that live in the neighborhood. She's here to, she have no objections. We have like signatures from all in the neighborhood, 140, and the community board have no objections.
You have a letter from the community board? All right, I'll take a look at that.
Other application.
Here's a letter from Elizabeth Carley, the council member.
Did they have overlapping stores?
Member of the assembly, and 100.
We've got those. I just want to see the letter from the community board. We've got the letters from the.
We don't know if they had overlapping stores, right?
We have no objections, ma'am.
That's Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, but right here, they say that.
Would have probably taken them up at the same time.
No, I'd like to resolve this first. Do we have a letter from the community board?
That's what she's saying.
That's Elizabeth Crowley, the city council member. She's got that mixed up.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, it's not the community board?
Hi, my name is Dory, or known as Doris Figliola.
No, there is no.
I would like to commend you. I am a Community Board 5 member, and I've never been to a hearing or anything before, and let me tell you, I'm very happy to see how you deal with the community boards, because the one prior, I happen to know that I believe was in Community Board 10.
Yep.
And Coco, so I thank you very much. Where these gentlemen opened up their store, I used to live down the block from where they opened it 25 years ago. There was 2 liquor stores. That was a candy store. You walk to the corner in front of theirs, you could walk 2 blocks to your east, there was a small liquor store. You could walk 2 blocks to the west, there was another liquor store. They opened up. My only objection, and not as a community board, is they're across the street from the park, and there was no objections. And there's a lot of teens and others that play basketball. Where they're proposing to open up their liquor store, yes, there is 2 other liquor stores that are 3 blocks and 6 blocks, but the closest one to them only opened up about a year ago. I don't think the owner of the other liquor store 6 blocks down may have even had objections. If I was to still live on 79th Place, I would walk to their liquor store. I would never walk down to their liquor store. The fact that I learned when I broke my foot, if you have a disability, you have to park at a meter with the muni meters and get your ticket, put it in the car back and forth. They do have 3 or 4 spaces available, and you can park and walk into the store, which makes it extremely convenient to a lot of people. There are a lot of 1- and 2-family homes down by where they have their store. Where they are, there are 1, 2, 3, and multiple dwellings as well. There are 6 families within a couple of block radius. There's a lot more population down where the other 3, this proposed store and the other 2 are. As far as that end of Glendale, because I've lived in Glendale for 59 years, so I pretty much know it very well. It would benefit, and they did hand in a petition from a lot of the customers, and even social media, when they heard that a liquor store with the convenience store was open, people in that area were quite happy to hear that that was going to be in the area, because you can get gas, you can run and get your milk, and you can also go get your wine.
All right.
So,
all right, anything else? Really?
I mean, what's new? What's new?
I think there is overwhelming community support. Forget about the elections here.
Oh, yes, I am, and boy, do
I think there's good community support for it.
I know, I'm very upset.
The only one I don't, there is the.
You have to understand that
he's here in opposition. A mile away, and he didn't give us the sales figures, so I'm not too impressed with him. There was more last time.
A lot with radios.
Yeah. No one else.
I mean, look at the fairness. You have K9 as a purchase property. Now Petco's are on Metro. So they're going to be sucking away a lot of business from them when K9 just invested all that money to open up their business over there. As far as that revenue goes, a lot of people, the fact you know what that looks like is I'm 2 blocks over.
Carrie, what's the size of?
You have a store that's going to be a big liquor store, yes.
In Tom's decision, in the decision, it talks about different representations about the size.
But the store that was in Atlas Park closed, there wasn't one, so.
You had to pay for parking, and you also had to walk.
Establishment questionnaire says about 800
That's why
square
Atlas
feet.
has so many problems now.
They're getting rid of the convenience store? No, they're just splitting the building, right?
That's all I think they were only asking about the liquor store.
Because it jumps from like $3 to $7. So, you know, being on various civics, our community board, you're well aware, and I'm also involved with, I know with 10 and 9 and 6 and 5, so. But yeah, no, we really wanted that one.
I think the last board meeting or the board meeting.
He's what I had no objection.
Yeah, I wouldn't know the address.
The chairman had cited the
What did it
fact
do?
that there were so many cemeteries in the neighborhood that there
Listen,
wasn't.
my husband's in right
in-person
across the
people.
street, he's in St. John's, he would be happy to see the liquor store. We do have a lot, we have a lot of, you know, like, Glendale was the Delta.
She wins me over.
You have Forest Park and the Cemetery Cemetery.
Yeah, there is Forest Park, and you
All right,
know,
so I guess,
it's
the
There they go,
dimensions
drink it, you know, right for a
add up
street
to
there.
1050.
At
I
least
guess
over
when we
there,
did the meeting, they
it's
said
like
something
more
about
control.
1600. That's where the discrepancy
Yeah.
is. Space or property.
Can you tell us exactly, we have conflicting information from the applicants on how big this store actually is. Can you give us a definitive square footage?
Okay.
It's 1,050 square feet.
Is that with the convenience store? or
No,
is it
not with
gonna
the
be
convenience
liquor
store. They own the building, so what happens is that it's a big lot. So what happens, one is for the gas station and one is for the liquor store.
The closest store, like right down the block.
It's 2 blocks. So there's 2 blocks.
See it, I'm standing at the
From
gas
our store, there's 7 blocks, and another 2 blocks is another store.
About half miles.
The one on 66.
7.
This one's
Opened up.
65 and 67.
Poor guy that opened up 2 blocks down from him, he didn't object to that one.
Yes,
That
65 and
one's a lot closer to walk. Plus the fact that when you're crossing Cooper, and the fact that there's so many accidents, a lot of people don't want to swing around.
Their liquor store is like right at the corner, you can see it. And then right here, it's 2 blocks right here. And it's like a Y.
You're talking about 6915 now.
We're also good neighbors, they contribute to the American Day Parade.
American Day?
Well, it's not really a parade anymore, it's just a monument that we had to 9/11 as far as Park.
What, I've never heard of American
Yes,
Day.
well, they, originally when it first started, we did parade. But then it stopped, because of course Glendale campus is dead, obviously, but it's close. And it's west, they went from Pearl Harbor over to Victory Field. Now it's now the memorial service, but we still call it the American Day Parade. But there's also the parade which the Allied veterans do. And thankfully, with the gas station, and I was a first responder for Sandy, they made sure we did get gas. So that we, as far as neighbors go,
I mean, I was thinking about that. It seems counterintuitive, but they're selling beer. I think people are more likely to, open up, pop a beer while they're driving, than. All right, we're going to vote.
I mean, it appears that you do have support for this to exist. I am concerned about the closest store, but when you put in perspective the population that's there, I just really hope you are very cautious to individuals coming in, checking identification. I'm on the fence about it, but I'm not going to deny you because you're in a gas station. I mean, you have the convenience store there,
yes,
so I'll approve it.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to approve it too. I think one of the distinguishing factors between this case and the case that's being referred to is we've got an applicant here who has a very, very well-established record in the community for running a licensed business. Initially, one of the concerns was that it's a gas station and people are driving and buying alcohol, but they've been selling beer and perhaps wine products at the location for a number of years now, since '01. And they have, I think, the community support as a result of the fact that they have been a responsible member of the business community. I think there is a public convenience to people being able to, say, on the way home, pick up a bottle of wine while putting gas in their car and maybe getting some cheese or a container of milk on the way home. So I think it is a close case. The only individuals who appeared in opposition this time around are half a mile away. So I'll approve it too.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
You too.
2112, Vintology Wine and Spirits. Removal.
Hi, how are you today? Board Chairman Rosen, Commissioner Green, members of the authority, thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Dean Moretta. I'm the owner of Vintology Wine and Spirits.
So how many feet are you moving here?
50 feet.
Got somebody objecting? Are you present?
No.
Okay, is the protester present? It is a larger location, I gather?
It is.
What's the increase in size? How big is the operation that you've been running, and how big?
Right now it's 600 square feet, and I'm going to 840 square feet.
All right.
Wow, it's huge.
28% more.
All right, are you ready for that?
Yes, approved.
It's approved.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
2106, Clayton Mason Spirits.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. Guy Parisi on behalf of the applicant. Applicant is here. I also have a letter from Assemblyman Keith Wright in support of this application.
Is there anyone in opposition? Will step up? Your client did have, with the prior license, a sale to buyer, and the license was canceled. Are you aware of that?
My client, no, sir. She's never been licensed before.
What am I looking at then? That's what I read. That's the past history of the premises. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, that was the premises. Yeah.
Terrifying. And it was an OP when it was.
Well, now I have to make it up to her. You ready to vote?
Absolutely. Approved.
All right, I'm just approving it because I have to make it up to her. Not on the merits necessarily. Thank you. Thank you.
2161, Staff Incorporated.
Yeah, the last one.
Hi, good afternoon. Matthew Leone from Carreras and McAllen. Good afternoon, Chairman Rosen, Commissioner Green, all members of the board. The last time this is an alteration application. The last time we were here, it was adjourned so that we could conduct some additional sound testing and then have a stipulation signed with the community board. So the good news is that the sound testing was done. The stipulation with the community board was signed, so we have a signed stipulation with the community board. Based on that, we're going to ask that you approve this alteration application. However, the Block Association, who was here the last time in opposition, is here again, and they have some issues. But basically what happened is there was testing done in 3 or 4 of the apartments in the building. There was a determination that was made that basically the appropriate or the agreed upon range where the residents felt that any noise or music that they heard was okay. It came in at 44 decibels at 63 hertz, which under the sound code is actually 1 decibel below what's allowed under that measurement. So that was discussed with the community board. Ms. Stetzer was satisfied with that, and we entered into the stipulation with the community board. The Block Association, though, has some issues, and I guess they'll explain to you what they are.
Commissioner Rosen, Chairman Green, and members of the SLA hearing board. My name is Mara Boskert. I'm president of the Block Association on Eldridge Street, and I will try to be respectful of your time. I'll keep my testimony brief since ESPA, which is Eldridge Street Block Association, already submitted a letter to you dated August 12th with a detailed description of the events that occurred since we last appeared at this hearing on the 17th of July. On that day, I came before you and relayed that the residents on Eldridge Street, with the support of the Block Association, have been working very hard and extending many hours to come to an agreement with Mr. Jahan Salamatan, owner of Sapphire Lounge, whereas we would not oppose his application for the SLA for proposed alterations to Sapphire, nor his subsequent OP renewal, which was scheduled for July 31st. At previous meetings between ESPA and Mr. Salamatan, he presented and proposed his new method of operation to the residents.
Are you going to read the whole letter? You don't. No. I'd rather you not.
Okay, I won't then.
Can you just summarize where you stand right now?
Okay, so basically, in summary, we did do the test. I was there with Ms. Seltzer, and there were 3 apartments tested. We have a letter in there from Monroe Robertson, who's the tenant right above the lounge. And even though we had asked for the reading at the time of the test, we were never told, we were said it was not available, that it was going down to the computer downstairs. Susan and I went downstairs, we sat down, they went into the back, and then they came out, the team came out and said that the reading was still not available. Then the Wednesday meeting that we were supposed to be here was canceled. We asked for the reading results twice. I got no answer. Susan told me that she was given the results verbally. So we cannot, and the
So do you have that with you, the reading, the results in writing so that they can see it in black and white?
Well, you know what, I didn't have anything until this morning. It was emailed to me, and I've emailed it to Howard, but...
Do you have them now?
He just emailed it to me. It's not the results. It's a method of testing letter that they tested.
It's the explanation, really, from the...
The actual numbers themselves. Do you have something in writing?
No, I don't. But it was discussed. We spoke to Susan Stetzer. We talked about...
So is that the crux of your concern, that you haven't seen anything in writing with the reading?
It's hard for us, if you understand, to approve what the level was when we asked for it.
Why wouldn't there be a report with the number in writing?
Right. Well, I think...
It does seem a little bizarre.
I think what happened is the sound engineer spoke with Aaron Solomon, who was the other attorney that was here the last time, about the levels, the numbers, and they discussed it verbally with Susan Stetzer. They came up with that determination that was agreed to by the community board. I didn't have the letter of explanation until today, which I just sent it over. And the rest of the testing, I think, is very similar to the first sound test that was done back in March, where it just shows a graph of sound levels, and really I think the important thing is the explanation from the sound engineer. I mean, they've had the original sound testing for 4 months, 5 months. I don't think they're reviewing it with an engineer or anything like that. I think they just want to say that they have this report and they want to put it in a file.
Ms. Stetzer has indicated to us in an email that she is satisfied at this point, and I've never quite viewed her as a show for applicants.
Oh, no, I do not think that at all, sir.
So if she's satisfied with all her experience, why wouldn't that be enough reassurance for the Block Association?
Well, it's not that I doubt the engineers or Susan. It's just that we were asked to approve a level level for the apartments
Yeah.
and with the resident, and we never saw the level. We can't, it's hard for us to say, yes, that's the level. We never saw it. We never saw a test. We weren't shown any numbers, even though we asked at the time of the testing. You know, I'm sorry that we're naive. I did not know that we maybe should have had our own sound engineer at the time.
Well, what does this have to do with naivete? I don't understand. The testing was done. The numbers have been discussed. Can you just tell us the numbers? I understand. I think it was 1 decibel, based on what Ms. Stetzer sent to the authority, it was 1 decibel below the city standard.
Right.
Is that correct?
That's correct. It was for the 44 decibels and at 63 hertz.
I mean, so those are the numbers that they're representing.
Isn't the code 42? I'm sorry.
There's 2 measurements. One is 42 decibels, and one is 45 decibels at the 1/3 octave, measured at 63 hertz. So that's the measurement that they used. So it will be below the 45. It'll be 44. And in discussing it with Aaron Solomon, that bringing that below the 45 will also be below the 42 decibels. But I don't have the test results.
That's the email you sent.
You've got this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a stipulation sheet. Yeah, 44 decibels was
And I think for us,
they agreed to the 44, which one below the 45.
which is 1 below. And I think for us, the focus was getting the testing done, speaking and dealing with the community board, getting the community board stipulation agreed to and signed for today.
Yeah, we have a letter from the community board dated August 9th, reaffirming those stipulations that I believe you agreed to, correct?
Right. Yeah, they issued a new resolution incorporating the sound test, and they signed a new stipulation.
I assume that you folks have seen it, but Jenny, could you tell, you've seen it? Okay.
And that was the second thing I just wanted to
And it does specifically indicate no noise in excess of 44 decibels.
Right, that was added on the verbal that was
Yeah, so there is a number that you've been provided, right?
Right, but we can't say that was the number when it was tested because we don't have any results to see.
This is the result of the testing, obviously. If you saw a report, you'd question the written report. You know, how do we know that that's true?
Right, so I agree with you.
You know, if it comes down to that level of skepticism, then I think you should have commissioned your own test. If you're not going to believe this, then you should have done that.
I would have known, and we would have worked with the residents to maybe do that. We did not know that we weren't going to get the results. We thought
these are the results. They're telling you to test it out at 44 decibels. They've given you the results. You just choose not to accept them.
No, it's not that we're questioning it. We just don't have any backing for that result, and we would like to. We can't approve a number because we never saw it, sir.
Okay. Is there something you want to say?
Mary is the secretary of our block association. I just wanted to add a second item that happened after the testing. I had said in good faith at the time we were told that they couldn't provide the results at that time when we were downstairs. I said, when we get the results, we'll just change the language on the memo of understanding to the Block Association that was created between Mr. Solomon Tan and us with a lot of his proposals and amending that went back and forth. And then Mr. Leone advised that his client no longer had to sign that because there was no longer any leverage. And the leverage he was referring to was the renewal of Sapphire's liquor license, which never appeared on the CB3 agenda, and we assumed it was because we were in the midst of this SLA meeting that we didn't know.
Is there anything in the MOU that you object to? If there isn't, I would ask you to sign it. If it's essentially not different from the steps.
Well, I think there is, and I never said that Jahan didn't have to sign it because there's no leverage. Okay, but I did point out the context in which this stipulation, the Block Association stipulation, right, came into effect. Where even if you look in that stipulation, the last couple of ones says, in exchange for Jahan agreeing to these 20 stipulations, the Block Association would not oppose.
I understand they're getting in your way anyway, but what in the MOU do you find objectionable? If there's nothing really, and it's just that they don't have you over a barrel, I think we would ask you to agree to it.
I would agree. I think Jahan wants to address the board if that's okay for a couple of minutes. The other thing that I would say is that from kind of the beginning, Jahan's concern was that, we call this kind of like an olive branch, where he went to the community, to the Block Association, discussed these things, and that olive branch was going to turn around and he was going to get beaten with it, that it was going to be, right? So, and there were a couple of issues. There was an earlier version of the stipulation that had language that did not include inaudible. That was changed from the first time he met to the second time, I think at the direction of the community board. So that put him, that made him uneasy now about going forward with actually signing the document. There was another issue where after we were here the last time, a week later in one of the local online publications, it came out that, I have a copy of it, that the Block Association scored a big victory over Sapphire Lounge, which, again, it goes towards Jahan's, I think, his...
I understand. I understand how he views this, but again, the Block Association is not going to be regulating your client. We will. So if he signs the MOU and there are allegations that he has significantly violated it, that will be heard by us. The Block Association won't have the final determination as to what, if any, ramifications that will bear. So again, if there's nothing specifically in there that's objectionable, I'm asking your client to sign it.
Right. Okay, well, I think there are a couple of points that we may have to go through. And
like what? Let's do them now.
Would you like a copy? Oh, this is my, yeah, you can have that, I guess. I just gave you a copy. You have that? Yeah.
All right, so the second paragraph would have to be changed to, but that would be easy, just to mimic the language and...
On what page?
Sound...
on the first page?
The 44th, paragraph 2 of page 1. Paragraph 3, all of these things are being done, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, the smoking area. New York State Clean Indoor Act. All right, let's put a question mark at 7. 8 is, I think, fine. 9 is fine.
You're saying 7 is a
10
question
is
mark?
fine. What's that?
You're saying 7
Well,
is a question
as far as where they're going to designate where this area is going to be, right? Because you don't want it closer to the building, so that means it has to be next door, right? Which is another.
Let's do this. Let me make this suggestion. Could you just step out, all of you, for a moment, see what you can work out, and then we'll recall the case. And I really would encourage you, Mr. Leone, to do what you can to work something out that's acceptable to all parties. Okay. Thank you.
2100, sorry, to 2103 and 2104. So 93 Lounge.
Can we do that again?
No, I'm just fried.
We have a slight problem.
I believe the attorney is emailing, he
just emailed me regarding the renewal and saying that he hopes our trip down to the full board tomorrow is better than it is today because it's raining down here, so he believes the full board meeting is tomorrow. Yes, I just emailed him and I just emailed him and let him know that the
Let's
full
hold
board
off
meeting is
on
going
that
on
one.
right now.
Well, you do have people who are waiting.
City council members sitting at the back of the room, just here,
Yeah.
opposing.
So the attorney is, who's the attorney?
Jerry Sussman, I haven't heard back from him.
I'll let
I
you
just
give it just a
advised
little
him.
more time.
Well, he didn't indicate he was coming.
No,
Sorry?
I haven't heard back at
People
all.
he has clients in his office.
He's coming tomorrow.
He's coming tomorrow.
Do we
I'm waiting to
know-
hear back. I literally just emailed him. a couple
Email him that he needs to be here today,
I will.
period.
right, he'll
This
be-
is no reason why he should think we're on him.
I agree. Okay.
I'm sorry?
Do you want to hear from the city council? They've been waiting here.
Well, if he can be here in a half hour, I'd like to wait. If he can't, then we will. But I'd like a response to that, if he's going to be here in a half hour or not. There's no reason why he should have thought this date wasn't changed.
Yes.
Right? This was a date.
And you're going to act today regardless.
Yeah, tell him we're going to act. How soon can he be here? And if he's not here within a half hour, we're going to go ahead.
What it is, just in case he's not going to follow through.
I will.
It's 93 Lounge.
His office is in Manhattan, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in Broadway.
Yeah.
What was the calendar number?
They'll moved.
I could take it out. No, don't bother. We'll take it out when we call.
He's with them.
All right, so it's 10 to 1 now. Let's see if we get a response from him within the next 10 minutes.
We'll call the next item and keep moving?
Yes, please.
Okay. 2105, Three Guys Liquor and Wine. I did receive an email.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. 13.
Hello, I'm Khalid Evan Lewis. I'm applying for a liquor store license for Three Guys Liquors and Wines.
Good afternoon.
It's just me.
Chairman, just to advise, through Secretary's Office email from the representative, we received documentation, 13 pages, 170 signatures of support.
In support?
In support.
Okay.
Yes.
One of my concerns here is that this is being funded by a gentleman named Marshall Davis. That's you?
Yes.
And you have a felony conviction?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I've been working with MTA. I worked for MTA bus operator. I mean, that was when I was 19. I'm 18 when that happened, 93. I've been with MTA for 6 years. Before that, Poland Spring for 6 years. I've just been grinding, working, taking care of family.
You never have gotten a certificate of relief, have you?
I'm working on that now.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm working on that. I actually sent the paperwork up to Albany already.
Now, are you purely just a lender here, or are you going to have an active role in the business?
No, I'm just a lender. Just a lender. If he needs help, I'm a lawyer in the store, but other than that,
And your relationship is just that you're friends?
yes.
If I was your friend, would you let me do it for him?
I know him for a long time, and he's a real good man. I mean, military, just stand-up guy. Lifelong dream.
Is there anyone here in opposition? Anyone opposing it? We had received some opposition, but I don't see anyone here.
Yes, these was pictures. Yeah, the pictures were from the two stores that gave us the most. They didn't want to.
Yeah, what about them?
It's down Park Boulevard.
Yeah.
And 1009 and 1016 are right across the street from each other.
Right.
And right here from Park Boulevard, you would have to come down Park Boulevard and make a turn to Sunrise to get to our location. So, which one is it? 1009 was saying that sales going to decline. Our store opening up.
Yeah.
But directly across the street is 1016. And in order to get from the LRR, you can go straight down, get to both these locations. And now for us, you would have to turn and drive down Sunrise to get to us, which is about 0.6 miles. So we can service customers northeast, and they'll have customers on that side.
They're about 4/10 a mile away from your address. I see. I mean, you're not right on top of them. I can see that from just looking at the mileage. I'm ready to vote. I'll approve.
And I'll approve it too. Keep in mind, though, that because of your conviction, you can't play an ownership role in the business because the law prohibits someone with a felony conviction from doing that. Okay? All right, it's
Work
approved.
on that certificate, disabilities.
If I did work, would I be able to, like, one day, be able to do my own thing?
If you can get a certificate of relief from civil disabilities, you could then come to us and apply. We wouldn't have to hold it against you. We could look at the underlying acts that you committed and still take them into account, but there wouldn't be an absolute ban on you having a liquor license. You could make the application and plead your case. As long as you've got the felony conviction without the certificate of relief, we can't even consider an application. Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hard on that, sir.
All right.
I was 18, now I'm 38.
No one's banging you over the head for it, but that's something that people very routinely get today. That's why I'm surprised that you haven't made the application prior to this. I think you want to do that. All right, good luck. Thank you. Have a good day.
2159, Gabbana Restaurant and Lounge. Not here.
2159. I had something about adjourn to September anyway. Attorney request.
Molina?
Oh.
I don't have anyone here.
Well, I think the attorney had asked for some time because of the, initially at the last
Put this
day.
with our regular called items later if you'd like.
Yeah. There was an issue about the corporation being dissolved and the attorney asked for some time.
No, that was Messina.
All right, so.
That was a different one. That was Messina.
Yeah, I thought you said 2160.
2159.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Apples and oranges here. Mr. Stuffman will not be appearing on this matter.
Okay.
All
right, so
we'll call now?
All right, so let's call that one. We'll recall 2159. So which one do we have the folks on?
Hang on. We'll have so much fun with 2100 to 2103 and 2104. It's 93 Lounge.
Wasn't a duly note.
All right, can you tell us who you are, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Josephine Beckman. I'm the District Manager of Community Board 10 in Brooklyn, servicing Bay Ridge, Dyker Heights, and Fort Hamilton. I would like to thank you and members of the State Liquor Authority on the opportunity to speak today. It is my understanding that the Administrative Law Judge has sustained the majority of the charges issued to 93 Lounge, 315 93rd Street. I'm here today because the premise known as 93 Lounge has been the site of recurring community complaints relating to noise, large disorderly groups, crowds that stem from promoted events where the management is unable to control. 93 Lounge has also operated without a valid certificate of occupancy, which is a prerequisite to the issuance of an on-premise license, as set forth in Sections 109 and 110 of the Alcohol Beverage Control Law. A temporary certificate of occupancy that expired in 1983 was submitted to the SLA as part of its application in 2010, and again upon renewal in 2012. This has been the 93rd Street Block Association residents have complained to our office repeatedly and sought relief from the Community Board. Today, I am here to urge members of the authority to revoke the on-premise license for 93 Lounge based on these recurring community complaints and the licensee's failure to submit a valid certificate of occupancy and its apparent misrepresentation of the existence of same to the New York State Liquor Authority. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners, Ms. O'Brien, General Counsel Flug, Ms. Held. I am City Councilman Vincent Gentili, and the proceedings this morning, I must say, were quite interesting. So I thank you for the opportunity. Is that a euphemism for what you really thought? No, I'm being honest. Yes, I found the issues quite interesting this morning. I really did. But today, based on the facts before you in this matter involving the establishment known as 93 Lounge, in my Bay Ridge City Council district. I urge the members of this authority to adopt the findings and revoke the on-premises license for 93 Lounge. I reference in this request the seemingly endless run-ins with the rules and regulations of both city and state, from the club's failure to submit a valid certificate of occupancy to the failure to provide employees with workers' compensation, and violations from the Department of Buildings, in addition to the never-ending community complaints I receive. I believe a total revocation of the SLA license is the justified and deserved resolution of this matter upon adoption of the hearing judge's findings. Indeed, my office has fielded many of the same complaints as those given to the local community board by residents, of which some are contained in the charges before you. I cannot stand by, and neither should you, as residents of my district are held hostage by a notorious establishment with little regard for the law. We in government, whether elected or appointed, should be partners in keeping our community safe and maintaining the quality of life for those who reside around and nearby establishments who are granted permission and licensed by the city and state to operate, and in this case, serve liquor. Unfortunately, 93 Lounge, in my opinion, has forfeited the right to operate and to serve liquor by the actions contained in the findings before you today. For example, a temporary certificate of occupancy issued as a temporary measure in 1983, 30 years ago, cannot constitute or be construed to fulfill the SLA applicant's requirement to have a valid C of O in the application. Just the very failure to submit a valid certificate of occupancy in its SLA application and the failure to even ascertain its validity, not difficult when the document you submit is a temporary one issued 30 years ago, should be reason enough for the board to revoke this license. Enough is enough. The proprietors of 93 Lounge have thumbed their noses at my community and at this authority for too long and for too many times. The time has now come to accept the findings for what they are and to revoke their license as a consequence of their actions. They have brought this upon themselves. So on my behalf and that of my community, I thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you. I think we'll vote now.
Revoke and bond.
All right, revoke and bond. The charges that were sustained at the hearing included patrons being intoxicated, patrons running people over because they're literally running them over with their vehicles, assaults, no food available on the premises, no workers' compensation being provided for the employees. In short, a litany of very, very serious charges. There's been some email interchanges between the Deputy Commissioner and the attorney for the licensee, who's indicated that he's not going to appear on their behalf, and we agree with your request. So it's revoke and bond, and thank you for your appearances.
And dismiss the appropriate charges, combine the two proceedings. Got it.
Yes. We're going to take a 5-minute break. some point, though, that'll wear.
All right, we'll reconvene the meeting. Next item is 2157. It's a request for declaratory ruling in the Tide House laws on naming.
I assume this one's mine. Good afternoon, Donald Bernstein. On behalf of a retail licensee, because I think there are two.
There's two. Yeah, this is the naming agreement.
No, you called it right. 2157 is Mr. Bernstein.
Okay. Okay. Just want to make sure we're on the same page. So this is,
we'll do them one at a time.
This is our request for a declaratory ruling. I'm here on behalf of the Palace Hotel, which is a luxury hotel on Madison, I think between 50th and 51st. There are obviously a number of rooms and also a number of suites, I think over a dozen suites in the hotel. And for marketing purposes, my client is interested in basically naming suites, and the names would reflect high-end retail names. It could be jewelry, it could be some art, and could be the registered trademark of a licensed liquor manufacturer. In order to avoid the Tide House and gift for services issues, and as reflected in 3 prior declaratory rulings, the setup that we have come up with, which we think is in compliance with the prior rulings, is to grant the right to contract out for the names to an unrelated third party. We've identified a third party. He has no liquor license in any state at any of the 3 levels. There is no direct or indirect common ownership between that individual and my client, the hotel licensee. The way the financial arrangement would work in this instance is my client would be paying a flat fee to the third party, paying him for his services in obtaining the right to use trademarks belonging to other third parties and allowing us the right to use those trademark names on our hotel. It's an obvious benefit to us because our hope is that it makes the suites sound a little more high-end, a little more appealing, and perhaps that can turn into more revenue for the rooms. The third party would contract with those others totally independent of us. He would have complete and absolute discretion on the naming. The only requirement would be, of course, that it would have to be a name consistent with a 4-star luxury Midtown Manhattan hotel. We're not interested in having a Bud Light suite or anything like that. So just with that general condition, that person would have absolute discretion and would arrange to actually probably pay those parties for the right to use their trade name. No money would flow from those others that are ultimately owning the naming rights through the third party to us either way. We would be paying that third party a flat fee, and he is off on his own making the arrangement.
Well, your client is receiving remuneration, though, as a result of the agreement.
No, the only benefit my client gets is the idea is that if you are going to book a room in the Tiffany suite, that may be more appealing to you. Maybe they can charge another $30 or $40 a night for the benefit of having a specialty name suite. But that is what we would be getting from our customer. We are getting nothing from the third party. We're getting nothing from those who have who own the trade names.
But you don't think having a Dom Perignon suite implies that Dom Perignon products will be sold at the hotel, or will have perhaps even a preference over other products of a similar nature? I mean, if I were manufacturing another champagne, I'd be a little concerned about this naming rights thing, perhaps giving a competitor an unfair advantage, and I might feel compelled to bid on a suite also. How could you have a Dom Perignon suite and not serve Dom Perignon in the hotel, as opposed to Clicquot?
Yeah, I mean, there will be no change in our purchases and what's available. There will be no exclusive brand that would be available in the suite. It would be stocked with minibar service just as it would be today. And what you're suggesting, I understand the concern, but it's no different than, for example, at Yankee Stadium that has the Jim Beam suite.
But the problem I have is that traditionally when you use the word, for example, sponsorship, it's understood you sponsor a professional athletic team. I mean, baseball teams have been sponsored, for example, by beer companies since the beginning of professional baseball. There have been other situations where there are sponsorships, maybe, again, a not-for-profit performing arts center kind of thing. But to sponsor a room in a bar, or a room in a hotel, I think is a significant departure from what has been sponsored in the past. And frankly, I think, for example, the Yankee situation where there was also a third party involved, I think, frankly, I think the distinguishing factor there was that wasn't talked about in the decision was that it was a Major League Baseball team. You know, when I was a child growing up in New York City, and you had 3 baseball teams, each one had its own beer company that was identified with, that ran ads through, you know, during the games, and that was featured at the ballpark. And I think it's just something historically that's always been there. But the idea of a restaurant or a hotel promoting a Dom Perignon room, I think is very different than the kind of situation that we're talking about, where Ballantine Beer is paying for commercials during a Yankee game when I'm a kid. This is a very different, I think, kind of arrangement. Is there anyone else here who wants to be heard on this? Anyone? Yeah.
The Tiffany Suite. If I booked a room that was called the Tiffany Suite, I would expect that the decorations would be blue and white. Maybe it was a lamp or picture frames, or that the furniture in the store would be from Tiffany's. What would a Dom Perignon suite look like other than having a bottle of Dom Perignon in it?
It won't even necessarily have that, but I don't think that even with the Tiffany suite that's the case. It's literally just a name. It's not going to be...
Yes, well, in a mini bar, for example. You said there'd be a mini bar there, right? So it's an expensive suite. I'm in the Dom Perignon suite. It's not going to happen. There's going to be a bottle of Clicquot there and not Dom Perignon, obviously. That would seem weird, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but it's not going to be Dom Perignon to the exclusion of anything else. There's not going to be a preference for any brand. And that's certainly something the authority can monitor, because
how do we monitor that? So there's 2 other champagnes, small bottles of champagnes in the cooler in the room. What about the other champagnes that are left out? How do we know? How do we monitor that?
We could agree. I mean, there's not going to be an exclusion. There's not going to be just one brand that's sold. And again, I think I understand what you're saying about baseball historically, but if you look at the Jim Beam suite in Yankee Stadium, I don't know that anybody goes there expecting that they're just getting Jim Beam and they're getting nothing else, and that nothing else.
But you know there'll be Jim Beam there. There may not. You're not assured that there would be other similar products, but a particular similar product. But there has to be Jim Beam there. It'd be ludicrous if there wasn't. If it wasn't.
By the same token, if we have Dom Perignon, if you know it's there, it's there. But it's not to the exclusion or preference of any other brand or manufacturer. It's continuing just as it is. And there's nothing about its decoration or preference or anything else relating to the manufacturer, whether it's Tiffany's or a glass company or a Mercedes, whatever it may be. It's just a name. It's just a marketing technique.
Nothing's changing about the suite. The suite stays the exact
No.
same, but somebody's going to pay this third party a whole bunch of money to hang a plaque.
Well, it's a benefit. My client believes it's a benefit to them in being able to market suites. Whoever owns the name that licenses it, it's advertising.
So somebody's going to pay another $500 a night for the room just because it's the Dom Perignon room?
Well, I certainly wouldn't. I don't know if it's going to be $500 a night, but presumably someone would pay something. They feel as though they're getting something of some quality that's something
You can call it the Charles de Gaulle room, and it doesn't cost you anything. How is that different to a consumer from it's the Dom Perignon room?
Well, but that, I think, is my client.
What I'm concerned about is I think implicit from Dom Perignon's perspective is going to be that there's an implicit agreement here. Yeah, we'll be stocking your products, not to the exclusion of others, but this certainly gets your foot in the door. And if I'm right in that assumption, isn't that a problem?
I don't think it is, because the foot is already in the door. They're already selling that. I mean, on a high-end four-star hotel, they're going to be selling this high-end champagne anyway. So nothing is changing. It's already being sold.
You said it's a high-end hotel, so it's not going to be a Budweiser room. Let's say it's a hotel that I own, which probably would have now a Budweiser suite. So obviously that would be okay in your view to have a Budweiser suite. That's not, for example, to a craft brewer, that wouldn't be an affront that my hotel is accepting bids from beer companies to name the suite. And I've got a well-stocked bar in the lobby, of course. You don't think, let's say, a craft brewer would feel that that gives an unfair competitive advantage to Budweiser if they have the resources to bid for that plaque on the wall, that wouldn't in some way impact on what's being served downstairs in the public bar?
Well, I guess the question is it really having an unfair impact? I think the question there, what they may perceive or not, I don't know if is really the issue. But whether or not it's having an impact.
But should a retail licensee be involved in the advertisement of a supplier's product?
Well, they're not doing it directly, and I think that's why...
But they are. It's on the wall of the suite in their hotel. If it says Dom Perignon room, or Dom Perignon suite, right outside the door in the Palace Hotel, isn't the Palace Hotel promoting the Palace Hotel, which is a licensed retailer, promoting a licensed manufacturer?
I think that you do raise some good points. I think that we have...
I wasn't sure.
Right. Well, we're not writing on a clean slate. I mean, we have 3 declaratory rulings, and they're not all baseball. I mean, you have Bethel Woods, which is not baseball. You have the place in Brooklyn, which is not baseball, and you have Yankee Stadium.
It's a sports arena.
Yeah, but
it's not a place in Brooklyn. It's the Barclays Center.
I don't read those declaratory rulings to have based it on any historical relationship with baseball or sports. I mean, Barclays Center, you're talking about new arenas. I think the key here is we're not talking about a restaurant that we're going to be calling the Jack Daniels restaurant, or a bar that's going to have a sign outside that says this is the Jack Daniels bar. You have a rather large venue, here a hotel, there Bethel Woods, a sports arena, a baseball stadium, that has a number of sub-spaces or sub-venues within the overall venue. I think that if we were going to put a sign outside and say the Jack Daniels Hotel, I think that raises some other issues. But I think when you're talking about 12 to 16 suites within the hotel, just like you have suites within these stadiums, and you're taking a relatively small space and literally putting a sign on it, which is what you have here with this Jim Beam suite, I think that this is what has been vetted by the authority and has been approved by the authority, not because it's a sports arena, but because of the other considerations, the reality of the venue and the controls that took it out of the Tied House Gift for Services rule. I am going on the prior rulings. I think it would be, I frankly don't see how we can approve those other 3 and then take a hotel that has some analogous aspects to it and say, well, we're not going to put a name on that because you're advertising this suite as a Dom Perignon or Jack Daniels suite, but Yankee Stadium, we can call it Jack Daniels suite. So I don't think that this covers every situation where something needs to be named, but I do think this is sufficiently analogous to something that has already been determined.
So if I have a large motel, let's say with 100 rooms, you don't see any difference between what was done at Yankee Stadium and at Denny's Motel having a Budweiser room, having I want to keep it realistic, a Gallo room. You don't see any problem with that because it's just like having a Jim Beam suite at Yankee Stadium. For me to have a motel where all the rooms are visible and on a lot of the doors is the logo of specific manufacturers of alcohol, and then, of course, let's say I have a big bar lounge downstairs, you would feel that our ruling in the Yankee Stadium case would compel us to say that that is okay.
I tend to think, and I don't want to get myself in trouble, but I tend to think that if the controls set forth in the prior declaratory ruling are met, I think it can be acceptable. On the other hand, I would say that if someone wants to name 10 different rooms in a motel all after liquor distributors or manufacturers, I think that would raise some red flags. I think in this situation, as in Yankee Stadium, maybe that you're talking about 1 or 2 out of a dozen to 16 suites that may have the name of a liquor manufacturer, and the others will have the names of other high-end retailers that have nothing to do with liquor.
So you're saying we'd set a percentage, that a certain percentage of the rooms have to be, you couldn't exceed a percentage of naming rights for liquor companies, or it would have to be a percentage of an overall mix where you have other entities that are doing this too with the licensed retailer?
I'm not sure.
I don't see how that would be pertinent to the kinds of concerns that I have. That you would say, for example, only no more than 5% of your rooms could have these sponsors, or if you want to have these sponsors, you have to have a mix, and only 5% of the mix could be alcohol. I don't see how that would be
unreasonable. Well, I think that before Prohibition, what was happening is all these bars that were put up were financed and effectively owned by the manufacturers. So Budweiser would put up a bar, Miller, and they'd all have their own bars. Obviously, that's something Tide House is designed to protect against. I don't think we want to start having all these bars and restaurants named that way. And I think if you have a hotel that consists of a dozen rooms that all have liquor manufacturers, I think somehow that's really not, as I understand it, what was intended in your declaratory ruling. Now, to answer your question, I don't have a specific formula. I mean, every day or every 2 weeks, you're deciding on in gray areas what's acceptable and what's not acceptable. So I don't know if you would need to say it's got to be 5%, 20%, or a certain number. I think at some point, if my hotel has a dozen suites and they all have a different liquor manufacturer, I could see that would raise some concern.
Yeah. Just with respect to Tide House considerations, which isn't my predominant concern here, is the anti-discriminatory selling provisions of the statute. But with respect to Tide House, because you brought it up, I think you would agree with me that the Tide House prescriptions in the statute, perhaps unreasonably so, are absolute, unequivocal. For example, I'm sure you're familiar with the Riga case.
Yes.
So that to the extent that if Tide House considerations were to play any role in our analysis, then I think the answer would have to be a no.
Well, I think that's the same question that could be posed prior to the 3 declaratory rulings, I think. Yeah. But for the scenario set up by those 3 cases, I think the answer would be no. Yeah. I think that those rulings, rightly or wrongly, those are the rulings, have let us come up with a system to remove it so that there is no direct relationship between the retailer and the wholesaler and manufacturer, that there is no common ownership and no sharing of revenues sufficient that the authority believes that it is not a violation of Tide House.
And how are you not ultimately arguing the Yankee Stadium arrangement prohibits us from interfering with, say, Bernstein's Bar wants to have different sections of the bar with different names of manufacturers. Because basically you're saying that Yankee Stadium takes us there, aren't you? Now Bernstein's Bar has the Budweiser section, the Miller section, the Heineken section, probably won't have the craft beer from upstate New York section because they won't be able to come up with the money. How aren't you arguing that Yankee Stadium, in your view, leaves us right there with Bernstein's Bar having all these different sections, if it cares to, with different breweries with naming rights?
You know, again, I think that there is some difference between a suite in a stadium and a suite in a hotel from just an area in a bar that's really all just one bar. I don't know how segregated it would be. I think that I would have a concern if a bar had a number of areas that were all named after various liquor manufacturers.
If the bar has in the back private rooms at which different private events are held, would you say that's okay then to have a Heineken room and a Budweiser room?
I don't know. Maybe I'll let Mr. Levy address that, because I think that's his request. So.
Even in a hotel, what about the ballrooms? What about, where do we stop naming the suites? Then when an applicant will want to name a ballroom or name another venue part of the hotel?
I think that would have to be addressed. It may be included. Obviously, we're not asking for that at this time. But again, I think they're all good questions. Again, I have to come back to what I've repeated. I don't want to just keep repeating myself, is we're not writing on a clean slate. And I do understand, obviously, you've got some concern about how far are we going to take those 3 declaratory rulings, and are they going to get us to a place where it may be troublesome? And the answer is, at some point, perhaps. I don't think the scenario that I'm proposing gets us there. I think the scenario that I'm proposing is consistent with the 3 prior rulings. I don't think it is materially distinguishable that would result in a denial of this request, while at the same time permitting it to take place at Barclays Center or Bethel Woods.
Are you aware of other jurisdictions where this is permitted? Have you done any research, any broad research?
No, I was happy with your rulings. I didn't go any further.
Well, that makes one person happy with it. All right.
I think I'm inclined to reserve my decision on this, give it some thought. How do you feel about that?
All right, I think we're going to...
My motel with the Budweiser. So I need a little more time.
Oh, you need time for that, of course.
We're going to reserve decision and give this some thought, maybe do a little research at our end. And if you want to submit anything further, you're welcome to it. You're not required, obviously, to do it. If anybody else who's viewing this wants to submit something, say by the end of next week, they're free to do so also. Maybe we'll post something on the website.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bernstein.
2156. Sorry. Request for declaratory ruling.
And sponsorship rights.
First.
Do we want to do that?
You want to recall Matt Leone?
Well, while you're fresh with this.
Yeah, let's... Yeah.
Or have him sit through this.
Yeah, so because we've got a few people here on that one, let's do the recall. Okay.
2161, Seth.
Hopefully it won't take long.
Okay, I think we have good news.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think we have good news. The Block Association and Jahan have signed the stipulation, so I think, yeah, we have a copy for you.
You can just bring it up, Matt, if you want.
Okay, that'd be very good. So we're all agreed then?
So I think we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I'll have a quick look at it. All right.
So that'll become part of it.
So that'll become conditions of the license. We're all agreed. All right. Oh, sorry. So then we'll vote on the application.
I approve it.
I approve it with the stipulations of the Community Board and the Block Association. And one further stipulation that I would like to impose, we're going to put you on a plane, fly out to the Mideast, and I want you to conduct some negotiations there with some of the people out there. All right. And thank you for it. It is. It is. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Email them a copy of this too. All right. Now 2156, Mr. Levy.
Good afternoon. You had a little preview there, Mr. Levy. I did. So, what are your thoughts? And I think your case, I think, in my view, is a tougher case to prove because you're It's more like the Bernstein's Bar, I think, sort of situation, as opposed to this very high-end private suite kind of situation that Mr. Bernstein was talking about. But have a go at it.
Sure, and I can pick up where he left off, and with respect to the main question that you asked, with regard to how you can police this idea of limiting the alcoholic beverage inventory that's carried and sold at the location. And the quick answer to that is this is a self-policing problem. You really cannot be in business if you're offering one brand of beer or one brand of champagne. Many of the licensees in this city, especially in this city, pride themselves on their tremendous beer selection, cocktail list, wine list. If you just limit yourself to one brand of beer or one brand of champagne, it's just not a great business model. You have to do your ordering based on what your clientele wants, and you need the demand to drive what you order, what you stock, and inevitably what you're going to sell. So,
in your sense, but in Mr. Bernstein's sense, if it's just a mini bar and a suite having only one champagne, everybody would expect that there would only be one champagne.
Sure, and again, I'm not arguing his case, I'm arguing my case, and in my more recent papers that were submitted earlier, you'll see that I've asked it to be even limited, not to a situation where we can have one venue that has 5 different rooms or 5 different sections, all by different names, but just one specific area, a beer garden area. There's no problem with calling it a beer garden. There's no presumption that you can't get alcohol or wine in the beer garden. There are many places in this state that are valid licensees that carry, one brand of beer, for instance, and they have a bunch of different types. We're not even looking for that. We're not looking to have any control intermingling here. We are looking to follow with pretty strict construction the test and the structure that was set forth in the 3 prior rulings that were already mentioned, and we're even adding additional restrictions to it. And with respect to one big concern I know that the authority has, and certainly my opposition today has, is this opening of the floodgates for this kind of thing. Is this the declaratory ruling request that's going to open this up to hundreds of licensees looking to do something similar? And, I've got a few answers for that question. And the first is, we know where this sort of thing is allowable. We know that stadiums and venues and airports allow this kind of thing. And if this is allowed there, why out of probably 20 to 25 bars in the 2 major New York City areas do we only have one branded bar? If this is such a highly sought after idea, how come more people aren't doing it in the places that are allowable? But there are people that come and bring declaratory ruling requests. And what I'm saying is we haven't had more of those. So what do you think?
Because I think they assume it's illegal.
But there's, not precedent, but there have been requests that have received positive rulings.
Be careful, Mr. Dano's creeping up behind you. Do you want to be heard? You had submitted something. All right, we'll hear you. Well, why don't you step up, because then we'll give you some time to address Mr. Dano's comments. We'll give you the right of rebuttal.
Stephen Dano, I strongly oppose this application. The naming rights, some of these things you pointed out in the prior application, which I think can be distinguished, quite frankly. In the Royal Hotel issue, I have no strong feelings because the supplier is not paying anything to anybody that winds up with money getting to the retailer. In this case, money goes from the supplier to the retailer. Indirectly, but it goes from supplier to the retailer. And that is essentially what that is the supplier paying for the sign-up. You could call it naming rights and things like that, but really what you're doing is the supplier is paying to have a sign put up and have his sign up exclusively. Now, we already have Rule 86.4, which provides that any supplier can give a sign to a retailer, but he can't pay the retailer to put it up. How do you distinguish this from paying the retailer to put up? You put a third party in the middle, and you say now it's distinguished? Well, the truth of the matter is the statute says directly or indirectly pay. And this is an indirect payment. On top of which, whereas if I have all of the suppliers offering signs to a retailer, the retailer doesn't have any kind of imposition on its ability to buy and sell. It decides which signs it wants, and it decides which it will put up, and which brands it's going to carry, and they all dovetail together. But when you have the supplier paying to have his name up, you have all of the problems that you brought up before, Mr. Chairman. You have the issue of how do I have the Johnny Walker room and not serve Johnny Walker? Now, I can tell you that for years and years under, before the rules tightened, the thing that all of the suppliers and wholesalers were trying to do was buy the well. Buying the well is the expression that you use when you're trying to get the retailer to serve your beverage as the beverage. When somebody said before, people don't walk in and say, just give me a beer. They say, give me a Budweiser. Well, in fact, many people come in and say, give me a scotch and soda. Many people come in and say, give me a bottle of beer. Many people come in and they want a draft beer, they pick from the 3 draft beers that are offered. And if you buy one of those, you're buying the well. Because when somebody walks in and just says, give me a drink, give me scotch and soda, it's your scotch. And that's what this is really happening here. And on top of that, it's very similar to the old display company kind of things where you paid a third party, and we used to get affidavits that said the third party was unrelated, but always, it found a way back into the retailer's hands. The purpose of this is for money to find its way back into the retailer's hands. There's no way around it. And
Mr. Weaver has been quite forthcoming, and they see it as a source of revenue.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and that's the distinguishing factor here, in terms of that. And there's no way not to carry the product. There's no way not to feature the product. So it does change the buying habits of the retailer. Okay. It's different from a stadium. I mean, you also pointed this. It's different from a stadium because of all the reasons that you pointed out. Primarily, people do not go to a concert hall or a sports stadium because what they want to do is have a drink. They go to a sports stadium to see a ball game, and they eat and drink as a side issue. Now, I'm not saying that my clients wouldn't like to be the ones who have all of the names and all of the rooms in all of these in these stadiums. And I think personally that the naming rights that in the places that you've already granted them have come pretty close to the line. And were I sitting where you're sitting, if the governor chose to appoint me instead of you, I would not have gone there. But that's your decision, and you get to sit there. But this goes over the line. The next thing that you're going to have, if you agree to this, every bar in New York City will be what I would do. I'd go right out and I would form a company, and I would go to every bar in New York City, and I would say to them, sell me your naming rights, and then I will go to all of the suppliers and buy those naming rights, and I would go to the richest and the strongest, and I would have every bar in New York City named after my products, because that's how I could buy the well. This is I think it was you, Mr. Chairman, that said to me that slippery slope arguments are the worst kind of arguments that you can make. I think it was you. It might have been Ms. Fug, and I have come to think that they are, generally speaking, unfair and weak arguments, but this is the time. You do this, there's no question in my mind that I live on 59th Street. You walk up 59th Street, there are 15 bars. There'll be the Johnny Walker bar, there'll be the Absolute bar, you're just exact. I do it. If you approve this, I do it. And it is exactly the Tide House that was the statute was intended to prevent, because that's exactly what happened. They had, as was pointed out before, you had the Budweiser bar, and then across the street you had the Peel's bar, and next to it you had the Heineken's bar, and then they were competing. You know, how can I get this to be a little cheaper here, and how can I get you to come to this bar instead of that bar? That's what the Tide House was all about, and this is that. There's no question about it. And I guess that's, other than, as you said before, that sports teams have traditionally had national advertising. They only had beer because the spirits company were afraid to advertise until the Supreme Court made it clear that they could. But they traditionally had beer advertising, and it was, the advertising was part of television. It was part of these concerts. But when Frank Sinatra used to come to perform at Carnegie Hall, he was always sponsored by Chivas Regal. Those kind of things have been sort of traditional in our, and the sponsorship was really true advertising. It was because 2,000 people came to see Frank Sinatra, and they wanted to piggyback on top of Frank Sinatra's fame. Fair enough. But this is different. This is exactly paying for signage, and it is exactly what Rule 86.4 says you can't, is not allowed.
The only reason you don't oppose Mr. Bernstein's request is the sign, because of the payment method? You don't have the same...
I would say to you, quite frankly, that if we were talking about a supplier paying a hotel to have its sign on the suite, I would oppose it as strongly as I oppose this. I do not. If a retailer asks in general if they can put up a Johnny Walker sign, there is nothing in New York law that says that they can't. So if the hotel wants to name the suite Johnny Walker, and Johnny Walker doesn't care, I don't see that it's any different than putting up a sign.
You don't think that creates a trajectory pursuant to which the hotel is going to be inclined to discriminate when it's deciding how much and of what scotches to buy? You don't think Johnny Walker will get a preference?
I think it does.
And you think that's okay?
Well, I'm not advocating it. Please don't,
It sounded like you were.
No. I'm distinguishing it. I'm not advocating.
Okay. So what is your position on the last case?
As long as...
So you're saying it's okay?
I'm saying as long as the supplier is not paying the hotel, I think it's okay.
And even if that's even at the same time that you concede that it might create momentum in the hotel to favor Dom Perignon over some other champagne?
And here's the reason. Look, I wouldn't be. I'm not advocating it. Please don't. No. But here's how I reason it. And this. If the hotel says to itself, "I want to carry Dom Perignon, and I'd like to name my suite after Dom Perignon," this is all retailer upward. And because it's retailer upward, the buying decisions of the retailer are not influenced in the negative way. Because the problem with the...
Will the hotel be in charge of the process? Because my question would be this. Let's say Mr. Levy's the third party for the Palace Hotel, and he's soliciting bids from high-end champagne companies. Now, and I'm Dom Perignon. Wouldn't I be thinking, well, if I can get these naming rights, that will influence the hotel? So couldn't it be the opposite of what you're saying? The hotel making a decision, well, I want to carry Dom Perignon, so let's put the sign up. Couldn't it be reversed? Could that be problematic if the process were reversed?
Yes. Yeah, actually, yes. But first of all, there's two different things. Everything you say, I agree with completely. Okay, so let's start there. The difference is and I think first, if were I structuring this, I would come to you and I would say to you, I, the hotel, would like to be able to put this sign on my door, and I don't need this guy in the middle, because I can choose what sign I want to put up, and if I can get permission from the supplier, I think that there is nothing wrong with the hotel saying I want to put that sign up. Yeah. And if they wanted to put Dom Perignon signs all over that hotel, and Dom Perignon said, okay, why would I even ask you? So if I want to put on the suite, why would I ask you? When you put the people in the middle, I'm not sure. But what I do know is if the person in the middle is paying Moet Hennessy, who owns Dom Perignon, we're paying Moet Hennessy, my problem is there's no tied house because I'm going from the retailer upward. I don't like the idea that this person in the middle may be influencing whether or not Dom Perignon is sold in that hotel.
So you don't see a 101B issue?
I do not. Not in that situation because, as I said, the retail, I don't like the idea in the middle. What there might be is an availing issue. But I don't see it really. The question is whether by putting this person in the middle and allowing this person to do this, is this person actually deciding what brand you're buying? I got trouble getting there in my head, but okay,
remember, as you said earlier,
I can't get there. And because I can't get there, I'm not against it.
As you said earlier, we go back to the display company situation. Now, here the money isn't passing through, and I believe that's a big difference.
That's the difference.
But certainly there'll be substantial control probably exercised over that third party by the Palace Hotel. Or by the suppliers, depending on how it plays out.
No, therein lies the difference.
Will they be truly independent, those third parties?
It seems to me, that the Palace Hotel, if they're not truly independent, because the money is not coming from the supplier to the Palace Hotel, but from the Palace Hotel, if anybody, to the supplier, if they're not independent, is my problem that the Palace Hotel is likely to unduly influence Dom Perignon? My answer is I don't believe that that's true. I don't believe that I have that problem. Yeah. It's not like sliding fees. In all the places where you have a problem that I can see, the money goes from the supplier to the retailer to influence the retailer's buying patterns. I just don't see it in the other direction. Mm-hmm. If I could see it, I'd be against it. I don't see it, so and I don't want to be against everything. I mean, I sometimes feel, like I'm the guy that's, just digging his heels in, trying to keep progress from going forward, and I don't want to be against everything. In fact, as I said, I'd be more comfortable if there was no middleman. I'd be more comfortable if the Royal Hotel, the Palace Hotel, if they just said, in fact, I think if they said to you they wanted to put a sign on their door that called it the Dom Perignon Suite, and Dom Perignon wasn't paying him anything for it, I don't think you could say no. Mm-hmm. But, I just don't see where there's any issue. Right. You put the person in the middle and maybe you make a little issue, but I can't find it. And if I could find it, I would be against it. But I can find it in the other direction. And and the reason I almost got up to speak when we were dealing with that is because I don't want that, because I distinguish it to influence this, which is completely different. Because when the supplier is paying money that is going to the retailer, that's tied house. That's the issue. That's what I'm against, and it is naming issues, and it's the supplier paying to name. And that's the supplier paying for signs, and that is why you have a rule that says you can't do that. Mm-hmm. And there's no way to get around it by saying, oh, yeah, well, we're going to put somebody in the middle, because that's just an indirect payment. And what's happening in that direction versus the other is, here I am, I'm Dom Perignon, and I go to this third party, and I pay, and I bid more money, right? And so I get to buy the well. And the fact that the retailer is not the one who's making the decision when I buy the well, I'm still buying the well. In the hotel case, I'm not buying the well because the hotel decides that it wants Dom Perignon. And who am I to say the hotel can't decide? Excuse me for saying, but who are you to say that the hotel can't decide it wants Dom Perignon? And if the hotel says, and by the way, because I feel that way, if it was Peel's Beer, I'd feel the same way. Because if you own that motel you were talking about, and you decided that no payment from Peel's to you, but you decided you wanted to name one room the Peel's room, and the next room the Budweiser room, and the next room the Pabst room. I can't name that many beers. I'm sorry, I don't drink beer. But if you wanted to do that, and I wasn't paid, you were paid to do it, who's to say no? if that's what they want. Just the same as if I go into Fridays, and when I'm in Fridays, they want to put up 150 little signs for different liquor companies. If the liquor companies want to give them those signs, fine. There's no tied house issue there. Here, there's nothing but tied house issues. They're completely different. And if the hotel, I'm going to finish now, if the hotel is paid by the supplier to put Dom Perignon on its suite, I'm just as against it as I'd be here.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Sorry?
Do you distinguish the issue of the naming rights? Do you actually distinguish it from not being a gift of service if that payment doesn't occur?
The payment on the naming rights is going in effect from the retailer to the owner. I agree that I think it's less troublesome when it goes the other way. In that sense, I agree with you. That's why I said.
But then when you have no payment at all, you find that distinguishable. That's more
Because the rule does say, like, that's why you go into a bar and you have all the signs in it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you'll have all the signs up. If they want interior, outside is a little different, but interior signage.
Yeah, you can do that.
Which is funny.
Mr. Levy? Yeah. I think the biggest point that Mr. Danow was making, his emphasis was the flow of the money. Sure. Here the money, the supplier reaches into their pocket, and one way or another, that money's ending up in the pocket of the retailer, which isn't the case with Mr. Bernstein's scenario.
Yeah, I understand that. Maybe I'm a little confused. I understand that's what the rule states, but in each of the three prior rulings, you can argue that there's an indirect payment made.
Absolutely. And I think those are special cases.
Okay.
Just because it's beer or a performing arts center, I think it wasn't spelled out in those, but again, I rely on things like tradition. Mr. Danow, would you concede that there is a flow of money ultimately in those, say, at Yankee Stadium? I would.
There's really no question.
Yeah.
There's really no question.
Yeah, it's just but there are historical reasons why it is that way, and I think the State Liquor Authority wasn't going to issue a rules before my time, but I also was going to issue a ruling that really would go to a significant aspect of American cultural life, which is beer sponsors of baseball teams.
So it's a beer sponsor of a baseball team, it's an alcohol sponsor of a basketball team, it's a beer sponsor of an event space, not-for-profit.
I think those are distinguishable from Denny's Bar.
Well, this bar in particular is in a very unique situation. It's in a high-profile neighborhood of Manhattan where it has a tremendous amount of foot traffic. They book a tremendous amount of high-profile private events. You have artists that play at the Barclays Center in Madison Square Garden that come here to do an after-party. You have people dying to book a birthday party here or whatever kind of party here. This is a very highly sought-after place. And
Your client has just opened.
yes.
Just started operating.
Yes.
So how can you say it's a highly sought after?
I can get you guys a list of all of the different events that have been held there, and you'll see that it's Rihanna one night, it's Drake another night, it's all these.
I'll put them together on the same.
Well, I wouldn't do that. But the idea is all of their places, and there are quite a few. They have these events that are very, very high profile, and I would say that there's really a pure advertising play here like there would be with a stadium where the games are televised. There's so much going on in this neighborhood in terms of picture taking, paparazzi, music videos, whatever you want to call it.
Would you agree that there are probably a few hundred places, though, that you could say the same thing about in New York City?
There might be. Mm-hmm. There might be places, and they'd have to come here before you to prepare a declaratory ruling request and distinguish themselves.
And then the poor guy across the street who doesn't have Rihanna gracing his door, he can't do it.
Well,
doesn't that put him in a huge competitive disadvantage? That source of funds, according to your distinction, wouldn't be available to him.
The minor league baseball facility, that's still a baseball game, that's still in the same category as Yankee Stadium, they don't have the resources either. Would they be allowed to do this?
Yeah.
I thought your argument was that this is supposed to to help out the little guy? I thought your guy was supposed to be the little guy in the scenario.
It does help out the little guy.
But the little guy compared to Barclays Center, that's what he meant.
Yeah, little guy compared to the Barclays Center, because what you have here is if there is a scenario whereby retailers can generate additional revenue in a different way, you have stability in retailers. You have an extra revenue stream that will help keep owners in operation of their places. It'll keep them from having to make bad decisions to, pay their rent or stay in business or whatever it is. I think that this case, I understand the historical significance of beer at a baseball game and things like that, but the authority laid out a structure. It laid out a structure where this is okay.
All right. Are you ready to...
We have a cellar level, a ground level, and a second floor. Off the top of my head, I don't know.
The name?
Yeah.
It's 61 Gas Restaurant.
And they just filed a DBA.
Just filed DVAs, yes. There's
Do you want to
Malt and Mash
review,
ground
or you want
floor
to
and
some time?
Raven downstairs.
You want to reserve on this, too? All right.
And I could offer one more thing as well. You asked a question for the prior case about have you done any research in other jurisdictions. I have. And I have a list of places throughout the country where...
If you have any of that kind of information, that would be helpful. But Commissioner Green indicated that she thought the better route for us would be also to reserve decision on this one. So if you can submit that to us with whatever commentary you can put together on it, that would be very helpful.
Sure.
See what others are doing.
One other distinction I wanted to make, the Jim Beam suite at Yankee Stadium was mentioned earlier, and I believe it was portrayed as a suite that you could rent out privately for a game, and that's just not the case. The Jim Beam suite is a rather large part of Yankee Stadium where you pay a premium to the Yankees for that ticket so that you have access to this space. So it's not a private space that can be rented out. It's actually a room within this bigger picture, and the Yankees get to charge a premium on the tickets to have you in there.
No, I agree with that description from my own knowledge. With respect to the risk you're going to submit, those are of just retail on-premise licensees that aren't involved with the arts or baseball teams. Any of what I see is sort of the idiosyncratic situations that in the past have had these kinds of arrangements.
Correct.
But on all fours with your client.
Correct.
Okay. Now, Mr. Daniel?
With respect to named places, I mean, I have not done extensive research on it, but I would point out to you that when you look at these things, places in airports that are in the United States federal zones,
No, I understand, and I think Mr. Levy understands that too. I infer from his response to my last question is that these are places on all fours with his client, which does not fit any of what I've referred to as these kinds of idiosyncratic situations.
The airport areas and areas that are associated directly to the distiller, the distiller's restaurant, those would be different.
Let's see, Mr. Levy, if you'd be so kind, is when you submit it to the authority with whatever other narrative material you may choose to submit, send a copy to Mr. Daniel, please. Of course. Mr. Bernstein, would you be interested in a copy of it? Yes. And Mr. Bernstein's too.
Will do.
I just want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to me.
All right. Thank you.
So I've got a few before.
Let's get rid of the others.
Get the others, okay. 2153, 543 Deli Corp. Still here? Not here. Forget, they're not here.
Not here, Chairman.
They're just,
What else?
we'll just keep going.
What is he here for?
Oops.
What case are you here for?
Oh. Yeah, I know, I got him. He's coming. How about 2088, Franklin Park? Give me a minute.
All right, hello again. This is after a hearing I submitted a letter in controversy and mitigation. I hope that you will consider the factors that I've listed in there. I just wanted to point out that this licensee, he's added the trade name. He's preparing to file an alteration application, and I don't believe that there was any prior adverse history.
No adverse, so there was a correction made. Okay, kind of a big one.
What's that? All right, we'll be ready. 4.
It's you too. 2086, Pump Ups Tavern.
Right, this is after a hearing also. I just wanted to point out that the bartender that got the sale to minor, actually got arrested for sale to minor on unlawful dealing with a child. The criminal case was disposed of with an adjournment and contemplation of dismissal, and part of that was based on the bartender's completion of alcohol awareness training program. I have a copy of the certificate if that would make a difference.
Oh, we don't need it. We'll take your word for it.
Is this the only? No, there's some pending cases right now.
And there have been some priors also.
Several times.
Yeah, and there were priors too. I assume you were. Okay. All right, 4.
All right. Thank you.
Right, the next item is not on the calendar, but it was a prior that Commissioner Green agreed to put it on. El Cafetal. This was a matter where I don't have the paperwork. You're just going to have to go with it here. I can't print. I know, it's excuses. At the last board meeting, the members, in addition to the disciplinary matter, sending it back for disciplinary hearing, also imposed emergency semi-suspension.
Okay.
Yes.
Hearing was conducted this week by Senior Attorney Chaplin, and the licensee did appear from Columbia.
Did appear. Okay.
And he is here.
Okay.
My name is Clarice Fonseca. I represent Mr. Buitrago. This is in reference to Cafetal Corp.
Can you speak more? It's hard to hear you. Could you speak up into the microphone, please? Thank you. Yes.
9015 31st Avenue, East Elmhurst, New York 11369. Well, because the license was suspended because Mr. Buitrago, he just came from his country because he was sick, and that's why he's here today.
Okay. Do you speak English?
Yes.
Okay. And what's this about you being sick? What was wrong with you, and why did you go to Columbia because you were sick?
Well, I went to Colombia for a while because I was in a treatment with kidney stones. So I was doing that treatment over there.
And why did you go there for it?
Because I'm not insurance. I have no insurance over here in the United States. I do over there.
And how long were you in Colombia? From what day to what day?
Like the beginning of the June, and I came back this Friday.
Okay. And before that, when was the last time you'd been to Colombia?
November
of last year. November of last year. And how long were you there then?
15 days.
And what were you there for then?
For a checkout. That's when they found all the kidney stones and all that.
Okay.
So I went for the treatment and all that. I already submitted the proofs to Mrs. Chopper. I went to a meeting with her on Friday. I had a hearing on Friday with her. Mrs. Chapin, you know who's? Yeah.
Okay.
She got all the proof and everything that shows that I bring all the paperwork to her. What was that? Yeah, we do.
So what is it? Is it
we don't have like a
kitchen, or do you?
No, we don't have like a kitchen. We pre-made it. It's pre-made food. So we just use like a microwave, and we serve all that over there. But we don't have like a kitchen over there now. It's just pre-made food. It's a traditional Colombian food.
What was the offer before?
The charges. I believe the request was to lift the summary suspension.
6,000. I had a counter of 8.
But they've, just so,
But since they,
the hearing was concluded, that will come to you, just so you know. They did have the hearing was tried to conclusion, it will come to that.
so we'll rescind the cancellation. Or, no, we suspended. Yeah, we suspended them, so I'll rescind the suspension. But you'll have to return because you have a hearing. When was the hearing? Yes, this week. Okay, so you'll be back before us.
Okay, so what'll be the mechanics, so they know how to get their license back? Dana?
Yeah, we'll lift the summary suspension, we'll take it off our systems here. You can, yes,
Would we have taken the license?
I believe we did.
Yes, you guys did.
Didn't they go?
Yeah, they're currently operating at a separate, you do or do it? He does. He does. Please take the license too, that's okay. Yeah, we'll return them.
Okay.
We'll get them up and running again.
All right.
So you'll be able to operate.
All right, then, and you have to, they had the hearing, you said? All right, so you'll be back in front of us after this, after we get the decision on the hearing. You must be here, else the license will be taken again. Okay?
All right.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to the next one. I only got one more before. 2041 Westchester Wine Tavern.
I am Brian McHenry, principal and owner of the Westchester Wine Tavern, located at 641 McLean Avenue in Yonkers, New York.
All right, you'll be forced for the imposition of a penalty after the hearing, you understand that?
Yes, I am.
Do you want to say anything before we impose a penalty?
Just respectfully asking the board to consider overturning the judgment and dismissal of the charges.
Okay, are you all set?
Well, I sustain the charges. I mean, this is the second violation you've had for prohibited sales.
So prohibited
Yeah.
sale.
That was, I believe, the 2011, and then now in 2012.
The first charge was dismissed because there was no evidence.
I don't have that. Was it dismissed?
You paid a $2,500, didn't you pay a $2,500 penalty in November of last year?
I did, but I thought that was for an overserve.
No.
Well, you had a charge of sale to minor and prohibited hours of sale.
Members, to clarify the record.
Yeah. Was there?
In the prior proceeding,
Yeah.
okay, 2 out of the 4 charges were sustained.
What were the 2 charges?
The 2 charges that were sustained are the 2 that you see there, which
Sales to minor and prohibited hours. Okay, so you do have a prior.
But 2 of the other charges, I think you were talking to, 2 were dismissed. So they were only revised to the 2 that were sustained.
Yeah, and the 2 that were staying were sales to minor and selling during prohibited hours. Now, what Commissioner Green was pointing out, in this case, one of the 2 charges that were sustained is selling during prohibited hours.
Okay. I do apologize. I was told it was the opposite because in the criminal matter, the underage turned out to be 22 years old, and that's why in the Yonkers criminal court they dismissed it.
That's not what's before us.
I understand.
Was there a hearing in the other case? Did you have a hearing like you did here, or did you just make an offer that was accepted? You said 2 were thrown out.
It was a hearing.
So it was a hearing?
Yes.
And
I'll have sales to intox.
can you take a look at the hearing and see if it was an auxiliary or just a kid in a place? It might have been somebody in the place if it went along with the prohibited hours.
Police referral.
see where this is a sale and minor.
Actually, it said hearing, but it was a default.
It was a default.
Procedural background, yeah. Hearing on these charges were just scheduled.
That's odd, though, that then two of the charges would have been dropped.
Yeah. We asked for an adjournment because our witnesses didn't appear. It was denied. So this is based on paper.
I mean, is there an indication there was an undercover, or?
This charge, listening talks. No, it was not they just threw an observation.
Could have been an issue.
The lights were on, which led them to observe the person who turned out to be
Consuming.
All right, thank you. All right, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, we'll impose a penalty on this one.
$3,500.
All right, $3,500.
3,500, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Go for 2 o'clock call. 2113, Bowery Restaurant Group.
Good afternoon. Warren Pizetsky for the applicant.
Good afternoon.
Just tell me when you're ready, Mr. Chairman.
Me too.
I'm Jewish. I'll
So which one did you take first?
Go ahead.
Okay. With me are two of the principals of the applicant. And when we're done, there are two people that would like to speak to you, one of whom is not only a neighbor, but an important neighbor of one of their places, and somebody from the neighborhood who would like to speak briefly. Initially, we believe that the granting of the license is in the public interest, because number one, there is nothing quite like the food available at these premises in the immediate neighborhood. And while also it will create 75 new jobs, and we are committed to hiring from the neighborhood first, so it will create a substantial number of jobs right in the community in which it is located. While it clearly is a 500-foot case, for Manhattan, there are not a great deal of licensed premises. There are 11 within 500 feet, which is a very small number for Manhattan, only 4 or 5 within 400 feet, and only 3 within 300 feet. We're here because the community board made a recommendation of disapproval of this application. In addition to the fact that there are not a great number of restaurants in the community, there are certainly none or very few that are open late in the evening. It's located on a corner of the Bowery that was tremendously dedicated to the lighting industry, and that's kind of disappearing. We also believe, yes?
The hotel we just recently licensed too.
Yes, on right. Yes, yes. Which runs a long way, but we know that. In any event, this was an area that was tremendously dedicated to the lighting industry, which is not what it used to be. There are a lot of vacant stores on the Bowery in that area. At the community board meeting, we submitted approximately 50 or 60 petition signatures, all from people that live very close. In fact, the only two real residential buildings that are close to the premises. Not only were they all willing to sign petitions in favor of this application, but as Mr. Ozano will tell you, as he was doing it, you can't get in to see everybody, but nobody even had a problem with it. It wasn't like arm twisting to get signatures and getting 60 out of 200. It was pretty much everybody that he had an opportunity to speak to was in favor. At the 500-foot hearing, there was one person in opposition, who I believe is here now, now, and we believe she's not even within 500 feet of these premises. And she submitted a couple of letters from other neighbors who, likewise, if they're within 500 feet, it's barely, and they're probably outside. There are very few residences very close to this on the Bowery. As I said, only 2 buildings. Mr. Rosen will show you some pictures. The other buildings in the area are retail on the ground floor. They're all zoned for commercial on the 2nd or 3rd floors when they have those. If there are residents there, they are probably illegal residents, but like the only 2 apartment buildings are on our side. The applicants here together have 100 more years of license history, unblemished, and we also believe it's in the public interest to license those types of people, to reward them for operating licensed premises without complaint, without violation. At this point, we've given Ms. Held an updated menu. There's also been hired, and for obvious reasons we can't name him at this point, but a 3-star chef who will be in charge of the cuisine at the establishment. At this point, I'd like first Peter to speak to you. I'll tell you his full name, which is long.
Good afternoon. Peter Poulikakos. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner. I wrote a couple words that I would just like to read, and thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words on the record on mine and my partner's behalf in regards to our restaurant project on Broome and Bowery. Some of you may know us and are familiar with this particular project, but I am taking the opportunity to clarify both my background and my track record in the restaurant business. My family's history in the restaurant business began with the journey of my father, Harry Poulikakos, to this country in 1956 from Greece. He was 17. He spoke no English and he had no roots here. In 1958, he started his career in hospitality at Oscar's Delmonico's in the financial district. He worked his way up from busboy to barback, bartender to manager. In 1972, he and my mother saved up enough money to lease a space nearby in Hanover Square. He opened his first restaurant, Harry's at Hanover Square, that year. Harry's quickly rose to Wall Street stardom as a neighborhood place to be. My father became a well-known local restaurateur, famous equally for his establishment, Harry's at Hanover Square, as well as being a friend to the entire Wall Street community. In 1998, I opened my first restaurant, Bayard's, with my parents in Lower Manhattan. Today we have more than 20 restaurants, a wine retail store, and 3 major projects underway with the city of New York. Throughout the beginning of our expansion, which began wholeheartedly in the early 2000s, we kept our roots in the neighborhood we called home, the financial district. In the wake of 9/11, we knew we had to think differently. Lower Manhattan, once only a neighborhood for commercial interests with no nightlife or real residential presence, would need to restructure. While corporations were busy moving their headquarters to Midtown, we worked hand in hand to revitalize Stone Street. We opened restaurants. We chose to build in a neighborhood where most people were leaving. We opened our pub, Ulysses Folk House, in 2003. We made the decision prior to opening Ulysses to stay open till 4 a.m., 365 days a year. Our neighbors thought we were crazy. There was no one downtown at that hour, and especially not on the weekends. We did not to spurn a profit, but instead to show that like any other neighborhood in Manhattan, the financial district would have a local pub that was open every day of the year until last call. It was a gesture to say Lower Manhattan was in fact a neighborhood like any other, and it worked. Our neighbors quickly joined us, and now Stone Street is a hub for locals, for residents, for families, workers, and for tourists. Our close working relationship with the City of New York and the Downtown Alliance, the Lower Manhattan bid, allowed Stone Street to happen. We quickly became closely united with our work with the Alliance, so much that they asked me to become a board member, asked me to join their board of directors, first as a business owner and later as a property owner in Lower Manhattan. I sit on their board today. We now have 13 restaurants in Lower Manhattan. The City of New York believes in our work and our accomplishments, so much so that they have awarded us a 99-year lease for the Battery Maritime Building, a treasured landmark that goes to Governor's Island, that is the ferry terminal for Governor's Island, and the opportunity also to develop Pier A, a landmark building along the waterfront in the Battery. Our family's expansion happened organically and was fueled by talented people I met along the way who joined our team. I worked with amazing pastry chef Eric Badusha through our restaurant Bayards, and knew that we can do more with his talents, and we did. Eric spearheads 10 of our pastry shops, known as Financier Patisserie, that spread throughout Manhattan. I met pizza chef Nick Angelis, who is famous in Forest Hills, Queens for his brick oven pies. We decided that the financial district could use a fresh pizza concept, and together we opened Adrian's Pizza Bar, named after my mom, and 3 outposts of Harry's Italian, named after my dad. Nick earns himself a spot on every top 10 list in the city and sometimes in national publications put out each year. Our sommelier from Bayards, Ivan Matonkin, now runs our wine bar, Vintry Wine and Whiskey. My best friend and high school classmate, Dave, a former accountant who is also an event planner on the side, is now a full-time operating partner with our overnight success, Bathtub Gin. Our cocktail bar, The Dead Rabbit, is a project I'm particularly proud of. In the culture where it has become cool to have patrons wait in lines on the street corners, disrupting neighborhoods, and simply to keep up the veil of exclusivity, we designed an upscale venue that is one with its neighborhood, with an open-door policy. That very project just won World's Best Cocktail Bar in 2013, Best Cocktail Menu of 2013, and International Bartender of the Year, Jack McGarry, in the highest regarded award ceremony based out in New Orleans. We want to bring this success to the Bowery, and like the Dead Rabbit, we have assembled an amazingly talented team to do so. Our sommelier and now partner, Ivan Matonkin, will be developing the wine list. We have a chef ready for the project that is highly experienced, who has received many accolades, including 3 stars from the New York Times as executive chef in his previous venue. Dave Ozanoff will be our full-time operator. We're a close-knit group, and key players rarely change. We want to make Bloom and Bowery a restaurant destination that the community will be proud to talk about. We have successfully managed to become part of every neighborhood that we have had the privilege of opening in. Beyond our success in Lower Manhattan, we have worked hand in hand with the Grand Central Partnership in Midtown through our Financier locations, and alongside the team at Rock Center with our Harry's Italian Pizza Parlor. When looking for the perfect location for our speakeasy, Bathtub Gin, we could have chosen to open it in the Meatpacking District. Instead, we chose Chelsea, knowing it was the forefront of food and cocktail culture. We immediately made ourselves good neighbors, and with our work, we're recently recognized. During the National Night Out Against Crime, in front of the police department and local council people, we were given an award for our work in support of the residences of the Fulton Housing Projects. Here today we have Miguel Acevedo, president of the Fulton Housing Projects and a former Community Board 4 member, to speak on our behalf. We are restaurateurs, we are family-friendly, hospitality professionals, we are experienced workers. You only need to stop by for a pizza in Adrian's, a proper pint of Guinness in Ulysses, a steak at Harry's, a glass of wine at Vintry, a cocktail at the Dead Rabbit or Bathtub Gin, and finally a piece of pastry from Financier to know that we believe in our product, our commitment to service at great prices. Most importantly, under the inspiration of Harry, you will know that we are friends and that we are neighbors. I am standing here today to ask you to consider our application fairly on this basis. We have a track record of success and being good neighbors. We care deeply about each place within which we put down our roots. It is the attitude my father cultivated in Harry's, and one that I and my partners have worked diligently to continue. Just as you see us here today, you will see us on the street, in our establishment, and within your neighborhood. We intend to be a part of the community along the Bowery, and we ask only that you give us the proper allowances to make this a success. Thank you.
Since he mentioned Miguel, because he came down here on his own time, I'd like to let him speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Acevedo. I'm the Resident Association President at Robert Fulton Houses, which is a public housing development located directly across from Bathtub Gin. On the first day that I met David, one of the first things that I did was ask for employment for people living in Fulton Houses. As many know in New York,
residents in public housing are given a stigma as we are drug dealers, vandalism, and everything that's negative said about us, which is not true. The first thing Mr. Oz told me, he said, Mr. Acevedo, I'm going to have a small crew here. I don't know how much I can help you. I said, David, if you give me one job, that just shows you that you're willing to work with this community. He actually gave me 3 jobs, and 3 of them were 2 kids that were in high school and another kid that was in college. Unfortunately, they moved on, but neither one of them had an experience. The 2 busboys knew nothing about busboys. The security guard, he knew a little bit about security, but he was never hesitant on hiring these 3 young boys. And I was so impressed at how David said, Miguel, if there's anything else I can do for you, please let me know. Mr. Oz today has supported our youth programs that we have at Fulton Houses. The event that was mentioned earlier, National Night Out Against Crime, is an event that is held throughout the United States. This year, it supported 17 public housing developments in New York City from the Lower East Side to the West Side. Mr. Oz was recognized from Bathtub Gin for the support he has given since day one that he's been in our community. During the Sandy relief, we received support from the National Guard to bring supplies. One of the first things the Army personnel asked me, is there a place where I can get coffee? Actually, in Bathtub Gin, right in the front, they have a coffee shop. And I called up Mr. Oz, woke him up. I said, I need your help, David. I have a couple of Army reserves that are looking for a place to get coffee. I didn't want to send them to Starbucks. The first thing he said was, send them all to me as they come in here. I am not charging them, telling them to keep coming. And they all went over to Mr. Oz's place, and they got free coffee. When, like I said, when we have a family day event, he's the first one to say, is there anything they need? He has supported us with hamburgers, burgers, soda, and so on. But the most important thing to me is that he gave opportunities to kids he didn't know from anywhere to have an employment. And that's why I think it's important to show when you have community businesses like his coming to a community, not knowing anyone in the community, and giving us an opportunity to move forward as community partners. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for allowing us to speak here. My name is David Ozlenov. A lot of people call me Dave Oz for short, make it easier. As you heard from Miguel and my partner Peter about our different businesses, I'm going to speak more on behalf of Bowery because from day one, I was the one there going around meeting the people in the neighborhood. I went within a 2-block radius, went up to every business out there, and every resident that I could find and talk to. I spoke to everyone. Everyone was very upbeat about what we're trying to do. Even several people asked me for jobs. I said, once we open, we'll definitely consider you. People were very excited. No one seemed hesitant. A lot of the lighting people were excited. We spoke to them. We were buying stuff from the lighting people there. You know, as a community, when we looked for a location, we actually looked for spaces that wouldn't bother people, that wouldn't be in the way. We're not trying to cause any issues with anyone. We try to work with the community in everything we do, and we're trying to do the same here as we come in there. So, thank you.
Just have one person from the neighborhood. It's very hard to get someone during business hours that's able.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Steven, and I live in Chinatown. I'm 26 years old. I've been there all my life. I met Dave basically just walking around the neighborhood. I work in a bike shop on Mott Street. I lived on Mott Street all my life. And I was just passing by the Bowery one day, and I saw Dave, and I asked him what's going on. And he's opening a new restaurant. So one thing that I've always grown up knowing was the phrase, respect the locals. And that's how I came across Dave, and he's been respectful day in, day out. Like, I pass by that corner day in, day out, and I see him working. Just the fact that Chinatown hasn't been the same since 9/11, and for Dave to bring something new to this neighborhood and give it a development. Like, I know the fact that, you know, Chinatown is just all chow meats, chicken, and what it is that what he's bringing is development, like new things to draw new people in, tourism, and I see that his potential is, like, enormous. Like, for him to bring the people that he can bring to this neighborhood would not only, like, give Chinatown a new look, he'll be able to change the Bowery. I mean, the lighting district there is pretty much gone. No one's doing anything to help Chinatown, and for him to bring it in, I feel like that's a positive thing, and I look forward to him opening soon. Thank you.
All right, we'll hear from the opposition now. Yep, come on up and speak.
Well, my name is Jean Standish, and I'm Vice Chair of the Bowery Alliance of Neighbors. And we are a grassroots organization on the Bowery to preserve the quality of life on the Bowery and also work for preservation on the Bowery. The Bowery Alliance of Neighbors opposes the on-premise liquor license for the ground floor and basement at 146 Bowery, being proposed by Bowery Restaurant Group, LLC. First of all, in December 2012, Community Board 2, Manhattan, was unanimous in its denial of an on-premise liquor license for Bowery Restaurant Group, LLC. This liquor license proposal has numerous problems and will be a serious detriment to the community. There are 9 on-premise liquor licenses within 500 feet of 146 Bowery, many of which are multi-floor, multi-bar establishments, a number of beer and wine licenses, and 5 pending licenses. The rapid rate of applications and approval of new licenses and the potential number of upgraded beer and wine licenses in the area will result in an overwhelming impact on the character of the neighborhood, quality of life issues, and traffic and noise concerns. Without properly taking into consideration the potential impact of these new establishments prior to licensing, additional premises could be catastrophic for the neighborhood. Another major cause for concern is the loss of retail stores that support the daily needs of the residents, and a growing concern that too many locations have or will become licensed, which is causing overwhelming traffic issues and other quality of life issues that only continue to grow with each newly licensed location. There is clearly an existing traffic condition throughout the proposed hour of operation, particularly in the evenings, as both streets of this corner location are high-volume thoroughfares with an above-average rate of traffic incidents. This application does not offer any public interest or benefit for the community and therefore should be denied. Thank you very much.
What the premises that they would be taking over if this application were approved, what have they been used for over the last few years in that specific space, or has it been vacant?
I'm not sure. It was a lighting store, and there is a thriving lighting community on the Bowery.
And how long has this space been vacant? Mm-hmm. All right, and where do you reside?
I live on East 6th Street between 1st and 2nd Avenue, but I am vice chair of the Bowery Alliance of Neighbors we are very concerned about the oversaturation of bars now on the Bowery and what it is doing to the community. Because each time a store goes out of business, a new license is brought to the fore, and the streets are becoming crowded and jammed, and the quality of life for residents is deteriorating.
How far are you from this proposed location?
Well, I'm quite a ways away.
Roughly?
Well, I live on East 6th Street, and that's between 1st and 2nd Avenue, so...
If you were to estimate how far, what would you say?
I'd say about maybe a 25-minute walk.
Mm-hmm. So it's about a mile, maybe?
No, less than a mile.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll give you you can speak in a second. I was just asking her about where she...
I'm representing...
We'll talk to you in a second.
I'm representing... There are a number of residents, quite a few residents...
Well, I guess what's the catchment area of this Preserve the Bowery group? If you live...
The catchment area begins at 9th Street and goes to Chatham Square.
All right, that's the catchment?
Yes. In fact, we have just been listed on the National Register of Historic Places, and National and State Register of Historic Places. And what we're trying to do is, with these proliferation of bars, It's really destroying the quality of life for the residents in the community and also the context of the community.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
These individual applicants, I'm sure you've heard about their licensing history with the authority. Are you opposed to this applicant or just anyone that wants?
We're opposed to the application of. It's not this applicant. It's where the location of the application is what we're opposed to.
So any license?
Any licensing at this place would be detrimental to the community.
And detrimental how? Can you just spell it out?
Well, very often when you have an oversaturation of bar licenses, it brings in large crowds of people. The streets become clogged with traffic, double and triple parking, noise till 4 o'clock in the morning. And it's totally uncontrollable. The police do not have the manpower to control this. And
if modification in hours of operation, you don't see that helping?
No, I do not. Because the more licenses you add, the more chaos it creates in the community.
So even if it's a full-fledged restaurant closing at, 2, 3 in the morning, that still wouldn't?
No.
Be sufficient? Okay. Just wanted to
So, as a practical matter, given where New York City commercial rents are, when you say you need more retail space, do you really think that's a realistic view of that area? In other words, can somebody really afford to come in there and say and have another lighting store with rents being and taxes being what they are? I see the changes in the city neighborhoods, and I'm aware of what the rents are, and isn't it possible that, what do you think the possibility is that if a license is an issue to somebody at that location, that you're really going to have the kind of retail operation come in that you expect it will just be vacant? And that wouldn't do anything for the neighborhood.
Other forms of retail can move in there. For instance, the Bowery Lane Theater became a high-end clothing store, and other forms of retail can move in.
Mm-hmm.
We have Whole Foods. We have a Whole Foods on Houston Street, and that's doing very well. So you have other forms of retail that can move in, but we cannot continue to have every single premise that hasn't had a previous license become a bar.
And is that your view, that every single premise
that's happened a lot. I've seen it happen in my neighborhood. You can't even walk down 2nd Avenue. It's wall-to-wall bars, wall-to-wall people. I walk over and vomit in my doorway and other unmentionable things. It didn't used to be that way. That's why we have a 500-foot rule.
Mm. All right.
And it's also a problem within New York City that these rents are escalating so high. I mean, there was a discussion for a time about rent control in terms of businesses.
I mean, isn't that part of the problem, though? You talk about wanting to have retail space there, but very little is being done by, let's say, the electeds to make that practicable, given what New York City rents and taxes are.
Well, that's true, but as I said, it's also impracticable to have every premise become a bar. It's impossible, and it's dangerous. It's become more dangerous. I mean, we have drug dealing now on Avenue A and B because of these bars.
There was drug dealing on Avenue A and B in the 1960s and 70s when I was growing up.
It's still continuing, and they claim that these bars make the area safer. That is not true.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anyone else want to step up? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is Michelle Campbell, and I'm a little public speaking does not make me comfortable.
That's all right. I'm not very good at it myself. So.
Better than I am. I'm here representing I'm president of my condo association at 184 Bowery.
Oh, so you're just down the street?
Yeah, block and a half.
Good.
Okay. And I'm a native New Yorker, and I've lived on the Bowery most of my life. I have some letters here, which I assume that you've gotten already from electeds, a few letters. And yesterday I did walk around and I'm sure you know it's there, but I did walk around and make a little, would you like this?
What is it? Before I say I want to know what it is.
Basically. And it's kind of hodgepodge. It's,
Is that all the licenses? How did I guess that?
You're very clairvoyant. I'm sorry, it's very messy. I'm not a graphics person.
That's fine.
So, and I have letters here from people in the opposition, which I'm assuming you have.
Yeah, if you send them to us, we've got a very thick file on this. I assume we've got it.
Okay. Now, I did speak yesterday to Mr. Oz, who's a very nice person, and we had a long discussion about the situation there, and he...
How persuasive did you find him?
I found him very good at stating his reasons for opening his book. Now, before I read, or try to read, because when I read something, then I get really messed. In the past 10 years, okay, things have changed drastically on the Bowery. Now, people can come in and tell you that this is not a residential area, there was nothing here before, that's because they weren't there before. And they
I will say this. My father had a light manufacturing place. He was a milliner. He had 3 floors of a loft building at Green and Prince. And I remember, because I was the boss's kid, every Saturday I got to go in and sweep out all 3 floors of that building. And I remember stepping, and this was in the 50s, in the early 60s, I remember stepping over derelicts sleeping in the street, sleeping off a drunk in the street. So I am familiar with what the Bowery was like, at least in the 50s and the early 60s, and it was not a good place or a happy place to be, just as my comment with respect to Alphabet City, knowing it from the 50s through the early 80s, was a drug-infested, dangerous place, and I do think the migration of licensees and also residential developers has been a wonderful thing. I don't think those were halcyon days for the Bowery, at least when I was growing up.
I've lived there for over 40 years, okay? And there have been people that lived in all of those buildings all that time. And true, there were the guys sleeping in the street, and I had to step over, but you know what? Now, they still had somewhat of a community, and they were the guys who were always there. Now, the people who come to frequent these destination places, which is what I call them, because that's what they are of a different set. They're more self-entitled, let's say. They're more, oh, there's a doorway. I just came from a place, but I'm not going back there, so let me pee in it. I understand when I didn't like it, when the guys peed in my doorway before, but they didn't really have an option. This is done in a different way. There's puke all over the place. People ring my bell at 3 and 4 in the morning because they're so drunk they don't know what the bloody hell they're doing. And I might add, they may get wet if they do that. Because I don't like it. And if they don't understand why, then, hey, hello. Yeah, that's my whatever. Why am I reticent?
What's the apartment number, just so we all know?
Oh, yeah. Don't come. But also, before it was... I heard people say at community board hearings, well, this block is dark. And it took me a while to realize, it's because it's not open all night. This is a place that's open from 8 or 9 in the morning to 6 in the evening. This is a small business. And if people can't relate to that because it doesn't suit their needs to be, in floodlights, 42nd Street beckons. That's all I can say. I don't want to be living on 42nd Street. Right now, I can barely open my windows when it's nice at night. It's so crowded. There are cars double and triple parked because, takes them a while to get out, or they have their limos waiting for them with the engines idling, which is against the law, by the way. And I overlook Bowery and Delancey, and it looks like a jigsaw puzzle in cars. This car going this way, this car going that way, because it's the convergence of major traffic routes.
So you're reinforcing the prior testimony that we heard. Can you add anything?
Emergency service vehicles cannot get through.
Can you add anything to what was previously said with respect to this specific location, or again, are you just opposed to a license within a mile of this location?
Well,
or can you be more specific about this specific location in particular?
Broome Street in particular is a truck route. Okay, Broome Street and Kenmare Street, and at this point, most of the traffic, because there aren't that many bars that are south of Kenmare Delancey, which, by the way, is not Chinatown, it's Little Italy. It seems to be getting lost in the shuffle. It's still Little Italy, that whole area. On the east side of the street, it's the Lower East Side. And the, where was I again? Okay, what I see is happening. I told you it gets me.
I want you, I ask you to be as specific as you can about this
what
location.
I see happening, and I know as president of my condo board, and I do get calls from investment groups frequently. Now, they'll come along and they'll say, we want to buy your commercial space, we want to do this, we want to do that, look how much money we have. So this is happening all over the Bowery. And this is why things are disappearing. It's not because of the internet, it's because of the presence of way too much money, in my opinion, but and this is what's forcing out other businesses. Now, this block so far, which is, and this address has never had a license before, an SOA license. I'm not even sure. At the last time when at the community board hearing, I wasn't even sure if the C of O was valid. There was something about that. But it's never had an SLA license, and none of those places down the Bowery have SLA licenses. So, to me, this is kind of like a straw that's about to break in terms of destabilizing whatever is left of the lighting district, whatever is left of historic buildings, whatever is left of Chinatown, if you will, and the jewelry district. Because this is what's happening with gentrification. And as far as there not being establishments of this kind, which is fine dining but does have a basement for a lounge, of which we already have with the General, which is not really going too well, there are other places that have fine dining and have started out as that, as saying that. And they have turned into being like Ken and Cook on Kenmare Street. It's people can't sleep at night. It's just, it's loud. It's people carry on because they're, again, entitled. And there's something about being in a lounge that people feel a little VIP about. And so they feel entitled to do whatever they want to do. And I used to frequent bars a lot, and I used to close a lot of bars back in the day. And I know that things are fueled at night. You can't be drinking all that time. This is just an aside, without something to help you stay up. So I don't care if it's being done on the corner or wherever, but this is fueled by more than alcohol, and that's what I see. The whole scene. And I just see this as a perpetuation, you know, of what's happening and gentrifying an area and putting small businesses out of business. and bringing fine dining is wonderful. But however, if this place does close, and this has happened before, the license is there, it becomes a destination place, and then, you know, we have bridge and tunnel hysteria. This is just, you know, this is just what I see. These are my observations. And it's not comfortable. It's not comfortable to the residents, of which there are many.
All right. Well, can you wrap it up and we'll get on to the next person? Because I think it's being repetitive
Pretty
now.
much
And we've still got a lot to do.
I don't know. I think I've pretty much said it all. I'm sure there's something else that'll occur to me in 5 minutes, but yeah. I'm sure he's very nice, and I'm sure he's got a wonderful pedigree and everything, but I just don't think that this is a necessity. In the same building around the corner, they've just been granted 3 other liquor licenses in the same building on the ground.
Which street is that you're from? Yeah.
And there's fine dining across the street on Bowery and Delancey.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Question?
Anyone else want to step up? Hi.
My name is Carla Lee. I am a resident of 199 Bowery. I actually also represent the board there. I'm a medical student, 4th year medical student, and I have a young mother and wife of a 22-month-old child. So I'm here today because when I'm not on call, I walk up and down the Bowery, going to Whole Foods, getting groceries, going to Chinatown, getting groceries, and there's the traffic during the daytime is ridiculous to begin with, because you have people going to Brooklyn on the Williamsburg, and you have people trying to go into the Holland Tunnel on Broome Street. But now I live on top of the General, which also is supposedly, it doesn't have fine dining, but it was supposedly just to be fine dining in a bakery and a jazz lounge, and now has turned into a nightclub downstairs. Or actually, a nightclub on the same floor and a nightclub downstairs after a certain number of hours. Now, my mom just came to visit me and took the baby down, like maybe around 10 p.m. because the baby wasn't sleeping, and there was a slew of people on the sidewalk. Couldn't, you know, they were just gathering on the sidewalk. There's smoking going on. People are just chit-chatting. There's honking noise from the cars and limos and, you know, service cars that are parked right in front of my building, and all that traffic is backing up the entire Bowery. So now if you're going to add another restaurant, fine dining, and a lounge that has this valet service or whatever they propose, and I've been to Ulysses. My husband works in the financial district. We like going there for beers, but we do not want to live in a block away from Ulysses. And right around the corner is Little Pete Prep, which is where my son goes to classes, which is a block away from Broome, where their proposed licenses. So if you want to have a residential community being supportive of families coming in and investing in the neighborhood, having this number of bars and you know, restaurants that are bars or restaurant/lounge/bars, you're really driving, you know, young families out of this community. And you have people in Chinatown, yes, but, you know, the Bowery has really changed in terms of residential space. I mean, we looked at the exact building across the street from their proposed, and it's like $2.2 million for a home right across the street. And that is a family home for a family of, I'd say 4, like a young family in New York. And if I wanted to invest in that, I'm definitely not going to invest, you know, in that neighborhood, because it's turning into, I should say, meatpacking, or, you know, and there's just too many. Like Michelle had mentioned, there's Ken and Cook. Like when I was 25, yeah, this is the place to go. I'm going to go vomit and party and, you know, do whatever, and then I'm going to go back to my, you know, dorm or whatever and sleep it off. But, you know, this is not, it's kind of, the Bowery has turned into a hodgepodge of, I guess, identity crisis in terms, like, if it wants to be a nightclub neighborhood or a residential neighborhood, but you have a bunch of residential buildings. I mean, we moved down to the Bowery because we were living on Avalon Christie. and that is above Whole Foods. And to have a Whole Foods there is catering to, new families that are purchasing products and things like that in that area. So it's kind of, to have these bars and lounge it's really, I know New York is very diverse, but it's really driving the people that want to invest their family and stay there and go to school in these neighborhoods. Because Christie Park's a block away. I go with my son and play soccer. Little Pete Prep is right there, and they just opened. But, I'm not going to want to send my kid there if there's a bar right next door, like right a block away. And there's a great number of great restaurants that are within that area, and they're owned by small mom and pops. And I think there's a lot of great restaurants to begin with over there anyways. And, I just don't support the fact that this is also going to be a lounge/bar. To open until 4 a.m. that is to me like, that's a lounge. That's not a restaurant. People don't go out and eat until 4 a.m. unless, you're in Chinatown or something. And even those restaurants now close early. So, I guess that's what I have to say in terms of, I invested all of my money into buying this property on the Bowery, and now it's turning into not the place where I need to, feel comfortable raising my family, because there's young people that smoke and drink outside. They drink outside and outside, right in front of where I live. So I am a proof of, I can honestly attest and say that no matter how the cops have tried to patrol the traffic on the Bowery, it is completely insane, especially on weekends when there is no patrol person on the corner of Delancey and Bowery, and all that traffic completely gets blocked up, especially from Broome, because Broome is a way for you to get to the Holland Tunnel. And I've been stuck on that street for an hour. So to have another venue that is a bar, you're going to even create more traffic on that, that corner. Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, my name is, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Corvin Matei. I live at 199 Bowery. I'm an architect. I've been in the neighborhood for about 10 years. I had my office on Christie Street first, and then 6 years ago I moved at 199. I've seen the neighborhood. Granted, I haven't been there 20, 30 years ago, but I've seen the neighborhood in the last 10 years or so kind of transform. And at first, there were galleries opening up. There were sort of businesses that were somewhat kind of diverse. And I just noticed that I'm concerned because it recently, in the last 5 years or so, it seems to be an abundance of clubs and nightlife venues that are opening up. And that sort of concerns me, because I truly believe that a good neighborhood has a variety of businesses that cater to daily life, that nightlife, that sort of, it has to be a sort of a combination. And I'm just a little worried, because it seems to be kind of the rhetoric is that the Bowery used to be a dangerous street, a sort of a no man's land, I guess, 50 years ago, 40 years ago, 30 years ago, and there were bombs and drugs and all that. But I truly believe that just because it used to be that, it doesn't have to stay that way. I think that's why we have community activists. That's why we have boards like this, where I believe we can create a future. It's in our hands to look at the issues holistically and make the right decisions on what's appropriate for a certain neighborhood and what's not. And in this particular case, I think adding another nightlife venue, there's a lot of talk about it being a restaurant and about the food, and I don't doubt that the food is not good, and I have nothing against you. I'm sure you guys are wonderful restaurateurs, but oftentimes, the restaurant is sort of a cover for a club that's behind it. I mean, something closes at 4 o'clock in the morning, there's clearly going to be more than just a restaurant. It's a nightlife venue with music and drunk crowds. And again, I live at 199, and about a year ago, the same thing sort of happened in our building where we had a group that came and said,
we're aware of it. It's been referred to. We're in a lawsuit with them, so we're very aware of it.
I don't want to repeat myself, but it just seems kind of eerily kind of, it seems to be kind of, it tends to sort of happen, and I'm not saying necessarily that's the case, but here, but if something goes into 4 o'clock, you're going to have people probably urinating on a building. I mean, on Saturday I came home, it was midnight, I came home with my wife, and somebody was literally urinating on the door, on my door, entry door building, and the one right adjacent, 3 feet away from my entry door on my building. So obviously I can't do anything about that, but nightlife venues encourage that kind of behavior. So again, I don't want to repeat myself. One of the part of going sort of last is kind of rehearsing the same sort of ideas that have been mentioned before. I just want to also say another thing that sort of came up with the presentation that the legal counsel said something that the residents above this 146 Bowery or around it, they are sort of illegal residents, and somehow insinuating that maybe, you know, they don't matter so much. But I kind of just want to say that these are people who have been there for a long time, and even though they may be illegal or squatting, it's ultimately they're still people, and they've been in that neighborhood, and they deserve to, just as much as anyone else, to have a livable neighborhood with a quiet. The other thing, again, another issue just regarding the traffic, and again, everybody has mentioned the congestion, and I'm not going to talk about that, but I do want to say that when you live on a street that has idle cars sitting for hours at night, the pollution, the exhaust, and especially when you have kids, it's really becoming a very unhealthy kind of place to live. I mean, New York itself is, obviously, you're in New York.
That area, even before the clubs, it's been referred to all the traffic going through, all the trucks going through. It's not like...
Mr. Chairman, I've got to be honest with you.
I mean, am I right there? If you want your kids to breathe clean air, that's not the best place to live.
Look, I agree.
Clubs or no clubs, because you've got all that bridge, that tunnel traffic.
I'm not denying that, but when a car moves, it releases far less CO2s than when it actually stands idle for hours. And it's literally 200 cars.
You're right down the block from Coffee Top that has large events that last for several hours.
Right. And I think what I'm trying to say is when we allow venues like this to open that attract lots of crowds, there's cabs, there's limousines, there's going to be added traffic. And traffic is one thing. I understand I'm in New York, I'm going to wait, sometimes get stuck in traffic. That's not really the issue for me. It's the pollution and the horns that are kind of blown at 3 o'clock in the morning. And
I understand that.
Of life just goes down. And all I'm saying is I appreciate if you take that in consideration. And, So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Carter Booth. I'm the co-chair of Community Board 2's SLA committee. We heard this applicant. I'm sure you already have our resolution. I just wanted to highlight a few other things. We have a lot of concerns with this particular location itself. Already in the building, which is a hotel, there are already 4 licensed venues, 3 of which have on-premise licenses, and 1 which is a beer and wine. That's actually an increase since we heard the applicants at our originally. There is 128 Billiards, which is a billiards hall. There is a beer and wine license, I believe at 351 room for a pizza place. There's a Randolph restaurant, which is corporate name is Cherry Lane Inc., and Randolph Beer, which is 343 Broome Street Restaurant, which was recently upgraded to an on-premise license over the objection of the recommendation of the community board. So currently there are 282 seats in the hotel on the ground floor. With this proposed application, there would be 474. It's currently on file at Department of Buildings. Another change in use where the billiards location is to further incorporate the basement, which would raise the number to 668 occupancy. And this is all in eating and drinking. You brought up earlier a point that there, as far as other uses in the community, I think that for licensed premises in one building, it reaches a point where you can have some diversity and you can find in the splitting up of your space some other uses of some sort. They don't all need to be licensed premises. In addition, there's a unique thing that's happening is the inclusion of basement spaces. These areas were never really, basements were accessory uses for storage and supplemented whatever the ground floor use was. Now we're starting to see the expansion into basements. In fact, almost the majority of basement spaces that have been used are now lounge uses, and off the top of my head I can think of Ken and Cook, which is just down the street. You have Southside, which is almost all of these, by the way, also pending investigations before you for their basement uses. You have Kenmare, which Mr. Pazetsky also represents, that when they found out that the restaurant wasn't operating upstairs, they put the license in safekeeping because only the lounge was operating. And almost all of these places end up, if the upper food service doesn't work out, that the lounge component continues to run and becomes the major driving force in the business. So we have a lot of concern with the expansion into basement uses. And another neighborhood location that has a lounge that operates till 4 a.m. isn't really serving the neighborhood. There are plenty of places that provide that opportunity. As I'm sure you're just locationally, this is between Petrosino Square and Nolita in Little Italy, and then on the other side you have Hell Square, which you're very familiar with, and that connotation on the Lower East Side. As far as traffic's changed. I lived in the Bowery a little bit further north for 13 years from the mid-90s. Forward traffic changed in the areas, the Lower East Side expanded, and the number of licensed premises increased dramatically. And the area is very underserviced by public transportation, so the majority of people are either entering or more likely exiting using, for-hire vehicles, and that really increased the traffic. Now, how does that come into play with this particular establishment is that this, on Bowery, and that corner is a major thoroughfare to the Manhattan Bridge, even to the Brooklyn Bridge for cabs that are coming out of that immediate area, going across the Holland Tunnel, maybe not customers, but certainly people transiting the area. So there is a very large traffic impact, and by having idling taxis waiting outside later at night, there are traffic jams in the evening which didn't exist earlier in time. When we talk about changes, they didn't exist, and these are a direct impact of nightlife. As far as the uniqueness of this, there's plenty in the area of this concept: high-end cocktails, good food. It's already provided within the building, within a few blocks. This is nothing unique. And I think that the other issue is because of the number of licensed premises within this particular building, almost all of them are keeping in character with the community, which are generally 74 or less occupancy. And as we start increasing the numbers, and if you look down the list of the other 12 premises that are within 500 feet, you start to, if you go down their occupancy, it's actually a little bit misleading because many of them are multi-floor venues, and if you move and shift into other neighborhoods, the same capacity would result in a much higher number of licenses. And, as far as the change in the neighborhood, the Bowery, since has always had a thriving daytime business for quite some time in its history, and recently there's been some change, and now it's the real impact that's felt is later in the evenings, and that's really where the issue is becoming from daytime use to switching, where the focus and the impact starts to be between midnight and 4 a.m. or 11 and 4 a.m. And I think that some of the concerns of the rest of your earlier questions of the size of this particular venue, I don't think there's any problem with the operators, but maybe this isn't the best location to keep increasing the number of eating and drinking establishments in the area. I mean, to expect that this area becomes another destination for not the neighborhood, but the rest of the city and everybody else coming in. The burden does not need to be placed on all of Lower Manhattan to fulfill this need for the number of people coming in to our communities. Now, while that's not specific to this location, it does address the fact that the hotel already has plenty of businesses existing that service its needs, that service the neighborhood's needs, and adding another venue like this, I'm not sure that it increases the competition or provides anything that's not already available on some way, shape, or form. Just a quick note, look at my notes, see if there's anything else. And just as a side note, the hotel is much more of a budget hotel. It has 100 rooms. It's not like we're talking a high-end venue, and there's no connection. It's a little bit more unique. There's no connection between any of the venues in direct connection to the hotel. So all exterior entrances. And as far as the referring to quote-unquote illegal residents, actually many of the residents are covered under the loft law if they're living along the Bowery, and there's all legal residents, and that was something that happened in the early 80s, that the city implemented a whole different standard as far as living. So while it may appear to certain people that these buildings are a little bit more industrial, that does not necessarily mean that the residences in those buildings are illegal.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pisetsky,
I'll try to respond directly as best I can, but everybody was trying to go all over the place. Before I do, though, I would like to say that Ms. Campo's drug references were absolutely insulting, especially based on the record of these applicants. But then I'll get more specific. Let me talk first about traffic. This is, whatever else may be, whatever traffic is there, and there was a reference to Capital, which is a huge catering establishment. This is a spit in the ocean. It's not, the number of people coming to this establishment, especially, hopefully, so many of them will come from walking distance, is purely a spit in the ocean. The traffic references.
I think it's over 200 capacities.
No, it's not.
That's my understanding. It's over 200 capacity. That's pretty substantial.
I think it's about 90 upstairs and about 50 downstairs. 90 seats. Yeah.
It's not what the application says.
Even if it was 200, Mr. Chairman, it's certainly a spit in the ocean there. You can have an event at Capital. We got 500 people coming and going at one time.
I'm sorry?
But
218.
218. Yeah, it's all capacity, including help. Okay. Still. But let's leave traffic aside for a moment.
Well, let's look at traffic for a moment.
If you look,
we have the application says number of seats at tables, 146.
Right.
Just for starters. Right. And then the capacity is 218.
That's upstairs and downstairs.
Oh, well, that's a lot of people.
Okay. It's a lot of people, but not based on the traffic on Bowery when Capital or General has a function, or just the general bridge traffic there. It's still a spit in the ocean, and we would like to think that at least half of our customers will be coming from the neighborhood. That's the goal here. But there are 200. We'll go with that. Okay.
What about the argument that you've already got licenses, substantial venues in the building?
That building runs what, entire city block? And it's the entire, we're the only one with an entrance on Bowery. They're all on the side street. Some are on the other side of the building. It's 4 on a block. Mm-hmm. The hotel is the whole block. So it's not a lot. But having said that,
They had very high hurdles for public convenience in
public interest.
All of those other establishments in the hotel.
No, I would think so.
Working a little bit, well, let me work from the top, and one point I won't belabor, because you apparently are very well aware of it, Mr. Chairman, I'm sure as Commissioner Green is as well, that we're not driving another business out. None of these places are. The lighting industry has shrunk. There are a tremendous number of vacancies there. They can't afford the rent. That's not food and beverage. That's just life in New York. This particular space was a lighting store for 20 years. When the store that was there went out, it was vacant for 2 years. The rents are what they are. The costs of doing business in New York are what they are. Another lighting store was not coming in there. There is more likelihood that lighting stores will be going out than coming in. The business is shrinking. I mean, I myself used to be 30 years ago, 40 years ago, you wanted to buy lighting, you came down to the Bowery. Now you can go anywhere. That's why those stores are not doing it. Lighting is opening all over the place. Every mall has good lighting stores. You know, nobody comes from all over the city to the Bowery to get lighting anymore. And that's the reason that there are vacancies there. That's the reason this space was vacant. There have also been studies done. People are talking about other uses, other retail uses. Well, for whatever reasons, they can't pay the rent either. And I hear at community board too all the time, well, why don't, like as if the applicants were the landlords, why don't you put another use there? The fact is, the same people that complain, and this is really an aside, about why don't you put more retail in there? They're the same people that when they want to buy clothing, they go to Jersey to save the sales tax. They're not shopping in the neighborhood stores. They're going to Jersey to save the 8%. But that's an aside. The fact is that you didn't hear from a single person today, not one, who lives within 500 feet of the establishment. Ms. Campo said where she lived, and it's a block. We actually measured it to her, and it's over 500 feet. Everybody else, admittedly, was over 500 feet. There was, one gentleman alluded to the fact that the people who live, whether they're legal or illegal, over the retail on the Bowery are people too. We certainly believe that. They are people too. But they're not here. The only people who have had any involvement in this proceeding from the beginning, from before we went to the community board till today, that have had any involvement, that really live right there, are the people in the 2 residential buildings that signed the petitions in favor. The young lady that spoke talked about families. There are families in those buildings, yet they support these applications. Dave told me when he went to the door, some of the doors, there were kids in there, yet the people support this application, because when it was explained who these operators are, that's who they want. That's who the people right there want. People who have a history of operating well-run establishments, which is what we're dealing with here. So all the allusions to people urinating, people doing all these things, that's never happened at any of their places. They have well-run establishments wherever they go.
There's no question that you're
I think,
absolutely upstanding operators.
well, I just want to respond.
Anywhere, no matter.
Mr. Chairman, can I just respond to the things that were said? And then I'll get to public. I mean, I started that way, but I'd still like to respond to the people who said things that are wrong, because it shouldn't be left to stand in the record. These people, it is in the public interest to have applicants who have proven themselves, who have proven that they can run establishments in a way that is not a detriment to the community, to get rewarded for that by getting approved at subsequent places that might have somewhat sensitive locations, which we don't believe this is. And that in and of itself is in the public interest. The number of people that they're going to employ, they employ 750 people now, and they've never had a place that had a problem where these people had to lose a job. Somebody talked about Whole Foods, which is something good for the neighborhood, and why can't there be things like that? Well, the corner of Houston and Bowery is kind of a unique corner. Whole Foods is not coming to the corner of Broome and Bowery. It doesn't have the kind of traffic that the corner of Houston and Bowery has. There is no intention of this being a destination. They want this to be a community place. The prices are reasonable. The food is good. There are, on Broome, they talk about traffic on Broome. There is no entrance to this establishment on Broome. There's an emergency exit. There are hotel entrances, but there is no entrance to this place on Broome.
Doesn't the presence of the lounge in the basement give some credibility to the concerns of the speakers that this will become a destination for people outside of the neighborhood? Okay. People in the neighborhood certainly have enough places to go to get a drink at.
But I would say that's certainly a concern. But what I would like this board to consider, first of all, the capacity of the basement is what, 50? Okay, is 50. They have bars in so many of their establishments that without having the rowdiness that leads to charges where people overdrink, do bad stuff in the street, all of those things, these people know how to control that. They have proven that it's not that they're coming in here and saying, well, we can do that. They've done it. You heard the Bathtub Gin over in Chelsea, I think, is far more beverage to food than this is. And it's right adjacent to a large project. And yet you heard the manager of that, who's also a member of Community Board 4, say nothing but good things about it. So if you're going to have a bar component to it, you should have a bar component of people who have a track record of running them well, of not having any issues with their community, in fact being lauded by their community. When we
We've got it, and nobody's denying that they're good operators. Could you address the council's point
First of all, again,
looking at the criteria set forth in the statute, such as vehicular traffic, noise, those are some of the statutory considerations that we're told we have to look at on a 500-foot case.
Will we have an impact on traffic? Somewhat. There's no question. There's going to be a few more people than travel to the Holland Tunnel, that travel down Delancey to Capitol, that travel, the Bowery to Capitol, that travel down the Bowery for other reasons. Is it going to have a significant impact? I don't think that that's possible. There are thousands of cars coming down the Bowery. If everybody came to this place, if everybody came by car and there were only 2 people in each car, you're talking about 90 cars. On a place where there are thousands of cars. We didn't do a traffic count, but it is not a significant increase on the traffic that currently exists in the
just
Bowery.
people in the street, the disruptions, the urinating, the noise? When people exit that lounge at 4 o'clock in the morning, why would they necessarily be better behaved than people exiting some of the other places?
Because they know how to limit the drinking. They know how to, they know how the kind of customers that they draw are not 21-year-olds that want to go have 27 beers.
When you're open till 4 in the morning, they're not targeting you and me, Mr. Pazetsky.
Not me for sure, unless I'm sleepwalking. But still, they're not targeting 21-year-olds. They're not selling. They don't have 27 beer taps and 1 bottle of wine. They have a significant wine list. That's what they're targeting, the kind of people that are going to have a good meal, that might afterwards go downstairs and have a couple of glasses of wine or a glass of port. They're not the kind of, it's not going to be targeting an audience that's going to sit there and drink for 4 hours. I know that Dave's chomping at the bit.
But that's what you do in a lounge. You sit there and drink. When you go to a restaurant, you go to eat and drink. Then you go into the lounge, and now you drink. And now it's 4 o'clock in the morning. And again, that's the nature of that kind of an operation. When you've got a lounge where people sit and drink, it's a bar.
It's only 4 o'clock on the weekends that we even asked the community board for. It was not 4 o'clock in the morning, 7 nights a week.
Weekends being defined
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
You see, Thursday, when I say thank God the weekend's here, I'm usually not thinking about Thursday.
You know what? I have a feeling without asking them if you wanted to limit it to Friday and Saturday.
Well, anyway, you want to address the lounge issue.
There will be food served downstairs. It's going to be a limited version of our menu, so there will be food till 3 in the morning. The same way we do a bathtub gym, we serve food till 3 in the morning. We're open till 4 in the morning every day. Never have an issue. I actually live above the bar, and I understand the whole noise and issue problem. I have no complaints. I work well with my neighbors, and if I ever hear a peep of someone getting too loud, I'm the first one outside to make sure that they keep it quiet. We have signs outside. We've never had a urination problem. We've never had a drug problem. I'll be the first one to get them arrested. If you could test me, I've never done a drug in my life. I'm against it. I've been on a charity board for children in drugs for many years called Safe Space. It's just insulting to be even put into that category by people when we try our hardest to be upstanding business owners, and this is what we do. All our places, we've never had a complaint about noise from the neighbors, and every one of the places has neighbors living above. We have a hotel above, which our landlord specifically gave us requirements on how to control the noise, and we had to build to specifications, to his specifications, so no tenant ever complains, no guest ever complains to the noise above us or outside of us. So we had no control even the soundproofing.
Are you saying that any of these drug issues or urination happen at your places? But the standard that Mr. Cadetti has to meet is the public interest, and if he's talking about 4 o'clock in the morning, there are several other places within the same building that people can go to have a drink.
Not serving the food we're serving. They're all pubs and a pizzeria. That's it. You're going to go get a burger, or you're going to get a pizza, or you're going to get French fries. You go to any of these places, they don't have entree-style, sit down with a 3-star chef.
Might object to you.
No.
That way, as they came here and they told us it was fine Italian food and it was their stuff.
The pizzeria? The pizzeria from Italy.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Pisetsky, can you wrap it up?
Okay,
It's getting late. We've got about 100 more cases to do where there are no appearances. So we're going to be here very late tonight before we go back to Albany. We need to wrap this up.
I apologize. I just want to clarify one thing. A lot of the cases that we've heard in the past are these club owners that are becoming like restaurateurs in their activities, and then they can't maybe help themselves get into what they're doing. I don't really want to speak for them, but we're not club owners, and we have no interest in getting into the nightclub business. Yeah, we have lounge and cocktail bars, and they're, I want to say sophisticated. They're not jam-packed, loaded with people. Most of the people are seated while they're drinking. It's a very different style of lounge and drinking from a nightclub owner's perspective. All right, thank you.
The last thing I'd like to say on public interest, because there's a lot of allusions to why not retail on the Bowery, and they're all retail's running to the Bowery, but there have been studies done, and it's not like food and beverage follows retail. Retail follows food and beverage. People will open stores where their customers, particularly on a street like the Bowery, that people walk blocks and blocks. People will open retail in places where the people that are coming there can have a meal and go to 5 or 10 stores.
But nobody's going to 5 or 10 stores at 3:30 in the morning.
That's for sure. That's for sure. But you have to be able to sustain the place to be open during the other hours as well.
Yeah. All right. All right. We'll go.
At least the applicants, this doesn't reflect on the type of business that you've ran in the city. I mean, you're excellent licensees, but the standard of the 500-foot requirement of having the public interest served by licensing this location just doesn't fit. The community board is just opposed to any license location at that premise, and reasonably so. The corner of Broome is unreal. I've gotten stuff there myself, so I know the traffic is not something that's unrealistic in saying that this location is just going to add thousands more cars. I don't see that, but it is going to have an impact, just with people traffic, taxi traffic, car traffic. That's a real occurrence that happens there. Just with that standard alone, and with the community board not agreeing to license this location, it bothers me that you're not going to have this opportunity. It does, because you've run establishments. I've patronized several locations not knowing that you were the owners at the time. I would want a licensee such as both of you to exist. But like I said, it's painful not to give you this license, but realistically, the 500-foot is really prohibiting me to agree, because you have overwhelmingly support even in the buildings that you've submitted petitions for. But realistically, the issues raised by the community board are valid. I mean, you can actually feel and touch them, because the traffic there is unreasonable, the noise is unreasonable, and the people traffic can get out of control. So I have to deny it.
I agree with Commissioner Green, and if this were a beer wine application, I know we'd have the same opposition, but I might have come out differently, because I wouldn't be confronted with the 500-foot law. But that does raise the bar, and the public interest requirement, the need to very seriously, more so I think than in an RW instance, take into account the view of the community board. Here the vote was unanimous by the community board, 45-0. I think because it's a 500-foot case, there's a very, very high burden here to be met, because there is a very serious issue with respect to saturation in this area. So I join with Commissioner Green. It's denied. Thank you.
Your other items. 2071 Empire Room.
I don't represent the licensee here. I represent the Empire State Building, and I'm here with their concern over anything you might do affecting the future.
It's cancellation of bond. That won't affect the ability to.
I would hope that it wouldn't even cause another application, if otherwise approvable. It's going to have to come to the board at that location.
Is there a problem with that?
We'll leave that to Deputy Commissioner's discretion.
Oh, okay. I'll go with that.
2147.
47?
47. 2147. 2nd Street Barbecue.
That was an offer of $7,500?
Yeah.
Accepted.
And 2151. One Republic Lounge. What was it? 2151.
License has been surrendered, I believe.
Yes, it has.
It's a cancellation of bond.
I'll accept.
Accepted.
Thank you.
No one else signed in? They're all with us,
Any
gentlemen?
other appearances? Anyone else here?
No. Okay.
Minutes.
All right.
You want a break?
Just 5 minutes.
Okay, we're going to take just 5 minutes.
We'll continue with the remaining items, starting with 2039.
2,500.
25.
2040. There's been a request to carry this over to September 10th. Which all the items will be on for that matter.
Okay.
2042.
Offer of 5,500, accept.
Accept.
2044.
Offer of 2,000, accept.
Accept.
45.
Offer of 5,000, accept.
Accept.
2046.
7,500.
Accept.
7,500?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Accept 7,500.
2047.
Offer of cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
2048.
Offer of cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
Oops. Okay. 2049.
Offer of 4,500, accept.
Accept.
2050.
Offer of 7,000, accept.
Accept.
2052.
Offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
53.
Offer of 7,500, accept.
Accept.
54.
Offer of 4,500, accept.
Accept.
56.
Offer of 5,000, accept.
Accept.
57.
Offer of 7,500, accept.
Accept.
58.
Offer of 7,500, accept.
Accept.
59 through 63.
I have a counter offer of revoke and bond.
Okay.
2064.
Offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
65.
2,000.
2.
67.
Offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
68.
Revoke and bond.
I agree.
69.
Offer of 1,500, accept.
Accept.
2070.
Offer of 3,000, accept.
Accept.
2072.
Offer of 1,500, accept.
Accept.
2073.
Offer of 1,000, accept.
Accept.
2074.
Offer of 1,000, accept.
Accept.
2077.
Offer of 10,000, accept.
Accept.
2078.
Offer of 1,000, accept.
Accept.
2079.
Offer of 3,500, accept.
Accept.
2080.
Offer of cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
2081.
Offer of 1,500, accept.
Accept.
2082.
10,000.
10,000.
2083.
500.
500. 20, yes, okay. 500.
500, okay. 2084.
3,000.
3.
2085.
Offer letter of warning, accept.
Accept.
2089.
3,500.
The DBA violation wasn't fixed.
I'm sorry?
DBA violation, trade name was not fixed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and also, the no food bond, I was thinking, I thought maybe get them in.
Which? All right. September 10th?
2089.
Oh, did you skip 2088, Jack?
I don't have.
Skip what?
I don't have 2088.
2080?
Where do you see the unauthorized trade name on
Yeah.
2089?
The failure to
Conform to the application is...
well, if we looked in the,
Sorry, I still had 2088 in there.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm saying, I probably did that one. That was...
in the finding of facts, it says Marquand also observed the outside signage displayed the name Recon Van Gogh Billiards. They observed the trade name was not disclosed, but he did not charge it. He just did the failure to conform the application. He didn't charge specifically.
Are we agreed we'll get them in? 89?
You with it?
Yeah, let's get them in.
Is it the 10th?
It's over?
Yeah.
Or the 27th?
This is 2089, JDB.
No, over to the 27th.
Over to the 27th.
Yeah, and notify the licensee,
2087.
notify the licensee to appear.
27.
They represent? No. No representation.
Got it. 2090.
Offer of 6,000, accept.
Accept.
2091.
10,000.
I had cancel and bond.
All right, I'll do cancel.
Second,
This is the second
yeah,
one.
the second one.
And a sale to minors.
Yeah, and we just, they just got fined on July of 2012 for the cigarettes, and then in January they do it again. So, okay, cancel and bond.
For cigarettes was 2011.
What?
That was 2011. They just came to the full board. That's what you're saying? That was 2012?
I'm saying in
Oh, okay.
July of
2012, the board imposes a fine, so let's say they got it a month later, August, September, and then just a few months later, they're doing the same thing.
So a fine's not going to do anything. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an offer that they made also. Okay. 2092.
Offer of $10,000, accept.
Accept.
2093.
$4,000. I mean, it's old, but.
Yeah, I didn't think it was that serious. I had 1,500, even though I know they've got
Why did I have?
a history.
Because I circled the dates.
Even the history is old. If you look at the history.
Yeah, I wonder why.
You start from 08
I'll
and
come
then
down.
minor. Okay, 15.
15.
2094.
Cancel and bond.
I agree.
2095.
Offer of $4,000, accept.
Accept.
2096.
Offer of $1,500, accept.
Accept.
2098.
Offer of $5,000, accept.
Accept.
Oops. I don't know why I have that in there. 2107, a request from the attorney to carry out to the next meeting.
Okay.
827.
Okay.
Okay.
By the way, we did reach out to the community board.
This one?
Yeah, and I'll have it printed before the next meeting, but they had originally approved, and then they said that they had residents come after, and that they didn't feel that the applicant reached out to the residents enough.
Yeah, 'cause
So
they
they
were
want
on
us
both
to hold
sides
it
of the
over.
place.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'll
So
forward
that's
it.
it. Okay,
Oh,
good.
great, thanks. All right.
Okay.
2109.
Approved. It's a 940 square foot store, and the closest is
2109, you said?
2109. Esther Woods.
Oh, no.
Esther.
Ooh, what happened to 2107?
That's the one we just held over.
Yeah, we just.
Oh, well, I thought okay, 93 Lounge. All right, sorry. 21, yes. I knew that.
Just testing this.
All right, 2109.
Yeah, what would you like to do?
I'd like to approve it.
Very good. You're the man. There we go. 2111. Who's approved?
Approved.
2114.
I'll uphold the disapproval.
I agree.
Good, thank you. I'm not bringing that wad of paper back.
To
Don't be too happy.
2107, the chairman granted a request by the opposing attorneys. This is over to 827.
27.
Close with that. 2124.
Package store approved.
Approved.
2125, liquor warehouse.
Approved.
Approved.
2127.
Cancel for the record. I didn't want to revoke.
I agree.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Cancel.
Cancel.
For the record.
Got it. 2128.
1,500.
15.
2129.
500. So it's like beer taps.
I had 250. You know,
I'll even go lower. 250.
there's a new law that passed, you know, about the food. You can't do fruit flies anymore.
Oh, yes. Okay. Well, I never really I never really consider that, to tell you the truth, when there's fruit flies, unless there's like 300 bottles of fruit.
All right, so you want to do I'll do 500 then.
No, I'll
as well
do
as that.
250.
250? All right, 250.
Okay. 2131.
Offer of 6,500, accept.
Accept.
2132.
Offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
2136.
Offer of canceling 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
2137.
5,500.
Not much of the like. I thought there was a lot of mitigation here. I had 2,000.
For the stabbings and the assaults.
Stabbed?
What?
Ask the patron that got stabbed.
The patron was stabbed and the bartender
Yeah.
said, get out of the bar?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute.
And not so nicely.
So you disagree?
She know what call?
My legal advice is bad call.
We're going to send you to that place. You know that. You know where it is. That's your name.
Yeah,
Exactly. We're going to send you
He
there.
did holler that he's Well, can I call?
I want to. I know you want to.
But I get in the mitigation was where he says he's calling the cops. And he never checked to see if they continued fighting after he kicked them out, and stating he locked up and he did not call the police.
Look at what he told them.
I since he was interviewed, but was not
He
calling.
told them to get out?
About 5,500.
This sounds good.
2138.
I would have thought of that, right, Zena? Offer of 3,000, accept.
Accept.
2139 through 2142.
Oh, I want to revoke and bond.
Yeah, this could have been a summary.
From Lieutenant Gaglio as well in the 4-8. He does a very good job of underage operation.
Yeah, this is a case that should have been moved sooner.
I think it's the timing of when they came in. I don't know the full history of how each one was progressing, but that one was.
That's what they're, well, counter offer, revoke and bond. Yeah, that's, I was pained to see that.
How about an emergency suspension? You think it's a little? Is there anything pending against him?
No.
Not in here. No.
Nothing.
Similar ones
DCJS?
in the precinct, you'll see some similar cases coming to you with offers of 10,000 on a 30-day suspension.
Okay. Yeah, because what concerns me too is when the police put together a file like this and then they see the guy still open. I think it discourages them from working with us. So all right, let's make a counter offer of maybe.
You want to suspend emergency summary?
What do you think?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Back to back.
yeah, but based on this record before us of continuous sales to minors, just this year, this licensee has, 3. In 2012, the licensee had 1. Actually, they have 4 this year, and in 2012, they had 4. So based on that, I suggest we issue an emergency suspension. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And they have a suspension for, they had a prior history of selling counterfeit cigarettes. So there's an emergency suspension.
I can do this tomorrow, please. I can get this out tomorrow?
Yes.
Happy. Thank you. 2143.
Offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
2144.
Offer of cancel on 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
2145.
Offer of 7,500, accept.
Accept.
2146.
Offer of 1,000, accept.
Accept.
2148.
Offer of 1,500, accept.
Accept.
49.
Offer of cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
52.
Offer of 1,000, accept.
Accept.
2153.
3,000.
Agree.
2159.
Offer of 4,500, accept.
Accept.
2160, the attorney requested adjournment, moved to 827.
Okay, 827.
They're finalizing their paperwork on the corporation.
Oh, okay.
And then one item is very quick.
2160?
Who?
Yeah.
2160, you had pulled that up before.
Stacy Weiss, right?
Yes. He's missing one more piece of paper from the state that he's a bona fide corporation again.
Because he was
Just waiting for the paper to come in. I did have one very quick item.
Yep.
The matter that was on a prior board meeting, it's been carried over until 827. It was an application for Kips Bay Catfish. They submitted a letter withdrawing the application, so I'd like to just put it on the calendar, have it noted, it's withdrawn.
Withdrawn.
So it's done. Okay?
All right, no further